Good morning. My name is Andrew Halleck. I'll be our MC today at the second annual White Hat Conference. Thank you so much for joining. This is hosted by Boston University's Metropolitan College's Criminal Justice Graduate Programs and the Center for Cybercrime Investigation and Cybersecurity. Before we begin, I'd like to give a brief introduction to our first group of speakers. Dean Tanya Zlateva, BU Met CIC Director and founder of White Hat Conference, Dr. Kyung-Shik Choi. Keynote speaker Sean Donnelly, and the discussant of keynote speaker session, Dr. Catherine Margot. To start, we have Dr. Tanya Zlateva, BU's Med Dean. Dean Zlateva's research interests include computational modeling of visual perception, parallel and distributed processing, and pattern recognition. She was instrumental in developing the information security curriculum that led to Boston University's designation as a Center for Academic Excellence by the National Security Agency. She's an expert in online course delivery and development, and she has an accomplished research background in computer science. Dr. Zlateva is currently Director for Education at Boston University's Center for Reliable Information Systems and Cybersecurity, the RISCS. In 2010, the RISCS team secured two $3 million grants from the National Science Foundation. The funds will support two major research projects in the field of IT. Securing the open cell phone and towards trustworthy interactions in the cloud. Take it away, Dean Zlateva.
Distinguished guests and colleagues from here and around the world, thank you for joining us for the 2021 White Hat Conference. It gives me great pleasure to welcome you to Boston University, Metropolitan College, and the city of Boston. I wish we were physically here, but we will connect virtually, and hopefully in the years ahead, we will be together physically as well. The previous 18 months have been unlike any before. We learned to work and to learn with COVID in our midst. We realize keenly, clearly, and sometimes painfully how closely connected we are with any corner of this planet. We also learned how critical trust and working together are for our survival, but how difficult they are to achieve. History tells us that in times of trouble and danger, the social fabric wears thin and often gives way to tension, unrest, and confrontations. The last year and a half was unfortunately no exception. And this was despite our advances in technology, medicine, and communication, and despite our considerable knowledge of past pandemics. We witnessed stumbling and contradictory approaches to fighting the pandemic, a rush to finding easy answers and culprits, and increasing social, racial, and international tensions. The impact of the pandemic on crime patterns appears to be, in many aspects, similar to what we observed in the past. However, there is an important, I would say, crucial difference. The computing and data revolution of the last 40 years that brought computational power at our fingertips and allowed us instant connection to remote locations thousands of miles away, also opened new opportunities and paths for attack to criminals. As company transitions to remote work, relied on fast networks and cloud-based platforms, the large number of remote workers became targets for attacks and increased the vulnerability of the entire enterprise. And so did the heavy reliance on cloud-based platforms. That cybersecurity is essential is now a fact that everybody knows, everybody accepts, and is difficult to master. This audience of cybercrime professionals know best that the one crime category that has skyrocketed across the world is cybercrime. In some countries, by double digits and climbing. Some of the attacks, such as the SolarWinds hack and the Colonial Pipeline ransomware attack, become very famous. But in parallel, a large and growing steady state of smaller exploits continually drain the resources of small and medium companies that are ill-equipped to defend themselves. According to a report by McAfee from last December, global losses from cybercrime hit close to 1 trillion in 2020, and the predictions are dire. This number is expected to grow rapidly. This is why the theme of this conference, Understanding the Future of Cybercrime and its Challenges, Finding Innovative Solutions Against Cybercrime, is so important and timely. The development of effective criminal justice policies and preventive measures against cybercrime globally in a highly interconnected world is a very complex, interdisciplinary, international endeavor, and we are only beginning at the beginning of it to understand it. In addition, we need a large-scale, multifaceted education effort at multiple levels, from building awareness and educating the public to developing a professional cybercrime force, which is a precondition for the world economy to prosper. Unfortunately, there is a persistent gap between a limited supply and high demand for cybersecurity and cybercrime expertise. And this is why I'm delighted that the 2021 White Hat Conference has both a cybercrime investigation competition and a student paper competition. Allow me to give you a very brief introduction to Boston University and to our college. Boston University is one of the world's leading academic institutions. It has very high level of research and very high expectations for teaching excellence. Among its faculty are Nobel laureates, MacArthur Fellows, US Poet Laureates, Pulitzer Prize winners, and members of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences. We are located in one of the largest and strongest urban academic hubs in the world. And while it is a challenge to be a working academic in an institution across Harvard and MIT, it is also a great benefit because sharing knowledge, discussing results from research, exchanging ideas is easy. It builds synergies and creative collaboration between colleges. Boston University has also a long and proud tradition of inclusiveness and social justice. Since its founding in 1869, it welcomed persons of any race, ethnicity, gender, and religious persuasion. It graduated the first woman admitted to the Massachusetts bar, the first Black psychiatrist, and of course, Martin Luther King received his doctorate from Boston University. Within this community, Metropolitan College is recognized as an incubator of new programs and pedagogy. Our mission is to give motivated learner from all walks of life access to the resources and benefits of a leading research university. We understand what working professionals need to remain current in their field or to change career. Metropolitan College launched BU's first cybersecurity concentration, the first business analytics degree, the first data analytics degree, the first graduate concentration in cybercrime investigation and cybersecurity, spearheaded by our own Professor Choi. Through a rigorous program administered jointly by the National Security Agency and the Department of Homeland Security, Boston University is designated as a center of academic excellence in cyber defense since 2004 and in cyber defense research since 2008. And that was initiated by Metropolitan College as well. We have developed a large array of online degrees very early in the 2000s. And the first online degree was the Master in Criminal Justice as early as 2003. Soon it was followed by online master's program in computer information systems and in management. And all our online programs are ranked in the top 10 by US News Report for 8 years in a row. The best, the highest ranked, is the MS in Criminal Justice, currently at number 2. Staying ahead in today's fast-changing economy requires not only persistence and hard work, but also continuous learning. At the same time, we are fortunate to live in such a time of intellectual challenge, to have the pleasure to absorb knowledge, the ability to solve problems, work with friends and colleagues, forge professional connections. And this is what this conference is all about. I wish you 2 wonderfully productive days and much joy and success.
Thank you for that, Dean Zliteva. Our next speaker that I'll be introducing is Dr. Kyung-Shik Choi, BU's Met CIC Director and the founder of the White Hat Conference. Dr. Choi designed and oversees Metropolitan College's programs in cybercrime investigation and cybersecurity, offered jointly by the Department of Applied Social Sciences and the Department of Computer Science. These programs comprise a graduate certificate and an MS in Criminal Justice degree concentration. Choi has an established track record in designing and delivering law enforcement training programs in cybercrime investigation, including computer forensics and child exploitation investigation. He facilitated the Korean Institute of Criminology Global Cybercrime Project, the Virtual Forum Against Cybercrime, in cooperation with the United Nations, and also served as an instructor and consultant. He has been invited to deliver lectures at the Interpol and the Ameripol summits and has also testified as a cybercrime expert in support of the cybersecurity bill number H2814 for the Massachusetts State House. Dr. Choi is currently working on federally funded cybercrime and cybersecurity related projects with the National Institute of Justice, the NIJ, the Office of Juvenile Justice and the Delinquency Prevention, the OJJDP, and the Bureau of Justice Assistance, the BJA. Thank you, Dr. Choi.
Welcome to the 2021 White Hat Conference in Boston. My name is Kyung-Shik Choi. I'm a professor of the practice and the director of cybercrime investigation and cybersecurity program at Boston University. It is my absolute honor to be part of this meaningful event as an organizer and opening speaker. Launching White Hat Conference was one of my dreams as a cybercriminologist. A question I have asked myself for years now is why, as good guys, are we continuously reluctant to share our knowledge, and yet the bad guys are constantly communicating and sharing their wealth of knowledge. In addition, many students will often expect government agencies, private sectors, and academics to guide and expose them to the field of cybercrime and cybersecurity, hoping for us to open the door to success. Unfortunately, many of us do not know the shape of the door and its color because the field is not only fairly new to us as well, but it is also incredibly broad at the same time. I can vividly remember the first White Hat conference in Bogota, Colombia. With the full support of the Colombia National Police and private sectors, the first White Hat conference was facilitated to promote effective cybercrime investigation and training. This year's White Hat conference is fully sponsored by the U.S. Department of Justice's Bureau of Justice Assistance, BJA. In 2019, the BJA awarded BU Med CIC a federal grant to support the project titled Student Computer Forensics and Digital Evidence Educational Opportunities Program. The goal of the BJA project is to develop effective cybercrime investigation training, test the best practices, reflecting the needs of all levels of law enforcement, and establish a training guideline in computer forensics and digital evidence. Our research team from Boston University and our research partner, Eureka College, have gathered input from federal as well as local and state law enforcement agencies to improve current curricula to better serve agency needs. The International White Hat Conference program is a foundational effort that serves to enhance current capabilities of higher education to better serve students in the area of cybersecurity, computer forensics, and digital evidence, leading to improved cybercrime investigation and successful prosecution. Furthermore, this conference will assist us in providing students with internship opportunities with the important field through a career fair. This will help to establish a collaborative approach that can further promote the development and implementation of the internship and co-op program. The theme for this year's White Hat conference is the future of cybercrime and its challenges, innovative solution against cybercrime. The overarching goal of this year's conference is to discuss important drivers and disruptors of change in cybercrime and to address the importance of technology-related issues in this area. In particular, the global challenges related to developing effective criminal justice policies and preventive measures against cybercrime. Over the last few years, the development of technology and information has dramatically increased within nations located all around the world. This, in turn, has had a massive influence on the issue of cybercrime that society must face daily. Interestingly, current innovations are already being utilized to commit cybercrimes, and the merging of traditional crimes with various novel types of cybercrimes essentially formulate hybrid criminal methods. Some of the future challenges that cybercrime research and practices will mostly likely face often involve effects such as novel social systems, cyber-physical infrastructure, novel virtual technologies, as well as law enforcement proficiencies. Due to the lack of awareness, the probability of falling victims to these new types of cybercrime will inevitably increase. Science fiction writer William Gibson stated that the future is already here. It's not just evenly distributed. Perhaps this means that it is important to explore all current and new technology to gain better understanding of the nature of cybercrime issues so that we can eventually scientifically predict the cybercrime phenomena. We are all gathered here today to discuss and gain a better understanding of the nature of contemporary cybercrime and cybersecurity issues, while learning how to effectively respond to them by reflecting off government, private, and academic perspectives as a global community. 16 international White Hat teams have joined the cybercrime investigation competition to solve highly comprehensive and difficult to solve cybercrime cases. The competition already began at 3 p.m. Eastern Time yesterday and will end by 3 p.m. Eastern Time today. The White Hat teams will have exactly 24 hours from the start of the competition until the end of the competition to analyze evidence before presenting their findings to the judges. Each team consists of the 3 White Hat team members, 2 technical experts, and 1 legal expert. The top 3 team winners will present their criminal investigative solution and will discuss the best practices tomorrow during the Whitehead mock trial. The student research paper competition is also part of Whitehead conference to learn fresh scientific knowledge in the field of cybercrime and cybersecurity. We have international guest speakers and the cyber experts joining from a total of 15 countries, such as Argentina, Bolivia, Cambodia, Canada, Colombia, Egypt, France, Hungary, Mexico, Peru, Singapore, South Korea, Spain, Switzerland, and the US. These cybercrime and cybersecurity experts will gather to share their knowledge for combating cybercrime as a global Whitehead community for the next 2 days. Your expertise, contribution, and commitment to the field of cybercrime and cybersecurity is needed more than ever. And I could not be prouder than to be part of Whitehead Conference as one of the conference committee members. I truly believe education is the most empowering force in the world, and education can make a difference. Again, we are joining the Whitehead Conference to strengthen our capability of handling cybercrime issues throughout various promising sessions today. Many close colleagues of the Center for CIC are facilitating this wonderful and fascinating educational event today as well as tomorrow. The Center for CIC, for those who are not familiar, is a nonprofit, Boston University-affiliated cybercrime research organization that pursues research and professional activities in the field of cybercriminology. While the Center for CIC is relatively young, it is a powerful and fast-growing organization. We have approximately over 50 active CIC board members who represent on behalf of 15 nations. These board members consist of professors, researchers, as well as practitioners who have been working extensively within the field of cybercrime and cybersecurity. The Center for CIC has been a tremendous force in reaching out to global law enforcement agencies and cultivating international collaboration and responses to cybercrime. I'd like to express my sincere gratitude for the organizers and panelists of this meaningful event. Dean Tanya Zlativa and Associate Dean Lou Chikushev from Boston University, Kyung-Suk Chu from Eureka College, Carlos Cortez from Tenguete Sibiero Pensamiento, Sean Donnelly from Resolvon, Associate Director Alexis Wells from Cyber Infrastructure Security Agency, Nicole Vandermeulen from Europol, Li Pei Ling from Interpol, Benjamin Wright from Sense Institute, Joe Burgoyne from GE Healthcare, Salvador Semper and Mike Toro Alvarez from International Observatory of Computer Crime and the Federal Agency Recruiters and Special Agent from Federal Bureau of Investigation and Homeland Security Investigation. I'd like to give a special thank you to the American Society of Criminologists, Cybercrime Division members, and Eureka College team members who will facilitate Whitehead panel session as a moderator, discussant, and the Whitehead competition session as a director, case managers, and judges. I cannot thank 16 cybercrime investigation competition teams and 4 paper competition winners enough, as they have dedicated so much to be a part of this wonderful event. Lastly, I am especially thankful for the Department of Justice's Bureau of Justice assistants and all attendees for your invaluable support. Increasing both interdisciplinary and international collaboration is the key in combating the issue of cybercrime. In addition, not only should future research and development within the field be reactive, but it should also be proactive. When it comes to investigating, predicting, as well as examining both the origin and effects of cybercrime, utilizing intelligence, technologies, along with worldwide collaboration. It is my utmost hope that this wider conference facilitates positive outcomes, such as minimizing potential cyber threats in both our society and the global community at large. I also hope this event helps to reveal the true shape of the color of the door to reach success within the field of cybercrime and cybersecurity in criminal justice. It is time to release our secret recipes for our optimal cybercrime investigation practice. I look forward to learning new tremendous knowledge from all of the presenters today. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Choi, for those wonderful remarks. Now we'll be moving over to our keynote speaker, Sean Donnelly. While working in cybersecurity roles for the National Security Agency in the U.S. Navy, Donnelly saw teammates return from 1 to 2 week technical training courses with a general awareness but no skills for detecting and responding to cyber threats. In 2018, he founded Resolvin, which offers a library of video and audio coursework and guides organizations, IT, and security departments through hands-on training and scenarios in mock networks. Self-funded and based in North Laurel, MD, Maryland, the 28-person startup has 8 client contracts, mostly U.S. government entities, totaling $10.9 million. For the successes of the modular cybersecurity training firm he launched, Donnelly, 29, has been recognized by Forbes magazine prestigious 30 under 30 list of industrialists as one of 2021's 600 brightest young entrepreneurs, leaders, and stars. Donnelly earned his Master's of Science in Computer Information Systems at Boston University Met College in 2018. During this session, Sean Donnelly, the CEO of Resolvin, will present his curiosity, motivation, and the quest for cyber skills presentation to the audience. He'll be joined afterwards for a Q&A with Dr. Catherine Markham. Kathy Markham is the Assistant Chair and Professor of Justice Studies in the Department of Government and Justice Studies at Appalachian State University. She has extensive book and peer-reviewed journal publication history in the fields of cybercrime, offending and victimization, and sexual victimization. Dr. Markham is the chair of the American Society of Criminology's Division of Cybercrime, first vice president of the Southern Criminal Justice Association, and trustee at large for the Academy of Criminal Justice Sciences. Please join me in welcoming our guest speakers.
Hello, and welcome. With the goal of this year's White Hat Conference being to identify innovative solutions against cybercrime, I found it valuable to open the conference by discussing a means for overcoming technical skill gaps. For those in the audience who consider themselves budding cybersecurity professionals, one of the following descriptions may resonate with you, depending on your background. As an academic student, you've yet to gain much practical cybersecurity experience, and at times you find it difficult to identify means for applying your theoretical knowledge to cybersecurity operations. Or, as a law enforcement professional, you've spent much of your career filling traditional roles and have since acquired a limited set of technical cybersecurity skills to fight cybercrime. You've gained an awareness of cybersecurity methodology through instructor-led training, but seek more opportunities to build technical skills faster. Maybe neither of those apply to you. Maybe you are already a cybersecurity rock star. If that's the case, I hope you enjoy my talk anyway. My goal today, besides introducing you to the White Hat Conference, is to inform you and inspire you as you trek on your cybersecurity journey. I hope you find this presentation relatable, approachable, and inviting. Before I talk to you about building cyber skills, let me tell you a bit about myself. My name is Sean Donnelly. Over the past 10 years, I've built technical skills applicable to both offensive and defensive cybersecurity work roles. I've done so through academia and on-the-job training, but mainly through my own structured and unstructured study. Along the way, I attended the United States Naval Academy and Boston University, served the United States Navy, and founded a company focused on helping others build advanced technical skill sets in both the government and commercial sectors. Now, here are the topics I plan to dive into. I'll highlight digital forensics disciplines and ask you to reflect on your current skill level. I'll discuss character traits I feel are critical for building new technical skills. I'll give an overview of the numerous knowledge sources you can tap into for learning technical information security concepts. I'll present a framework you can use to facilitate building skills. And finally, I'll point you towards some additional resources. Ultimately, I hope you walk away understanding that instructor-led and on-the-job training aren't enough to build expertise at the rate you might want to, but that with the willingness to practice being curious, a bit of self-motivation, and a plan, you can level up. Before I get into approaches for honing soft skills and a methodology for building hard skills, let's first unpack digital forensics. Of all the information security disciplines, I think it's fair to say digital forensics is most interesting to this audience. So I will focus on it moving forward. The radar chart you see here is an example, meant to graphically depict the skill level of a digital forensics practitioner across 5 sub-disciplines. Each of the 10 dashed lines represent a skill level, and the outsidemost dashed line, line 10, represents skill mastery. Now that you've given the diagram a once-over, ask yourself, what does my digital forensics skills radar chart look like? Try to imagine it. When we think of the quintessential law enforcement digital forensicator, skills related to mobile forensics and disk forensics may come to mind. But digital forensics also encompasses the live forensics and network forensics subdisciplines, and many criminal cases today rely on related skills. Those latter subdisciplines may be foreign to you, and that's all right. I'll do my best to briefly explain their importance. The collection and preservation of forensically sound evidence has long been tightly coupled with dead box forensics. For those who have not heard the term before, dead box forensics involves obtaining a bit-for-bit duplicate image of storage from a powered-down system, then analyzing the image offline. In recent years, criminals have shifted their tactics, techniques, and procedures to significantly decrease interaction with non-volatile storage. Instead, they've pivoted to new methodology that is heavily reliant on modifying running system memory. Live forensics and network forensics both facilitate the use of techniques to detect memory resident malicious activity. Furthermore, these aforementioned techniques can often be executed remotely, allowing for practitioners to, in some cases, act quicker and reach systems that they can't access physically. Now, people work in cybersecurity for one or more different reasons. Some do it for the joy of solving hard problems. Others are passionate about making the world safer by taking down criminals. A lot of people do it because the field pays well, or because the day-to-day technical work is particularly compelling. And many do it simply to provide for family. All of those are great reasons to work in cybersecurity. And no matter your reasons, you probably want to be really good at it. Throughout the hundreds of technical cybersecurity professionals I've met and led throughout my career, all of the really good ones shared two character traits: curiosity and motivation. These rock stars are what I'd consider autodidacts, self-taught people who continuously lean on curiosity and motivation to propel them. At this point, you may be thinking, I'm curious and motivated. Or maybe, I used to be curious and motivated. And some tuned in are telling themselves, I can't remember the last time I was curious about or motivated by my work. Now, a smaller subset of truly exceptional people I've met over the years have a third character trait: grit. Grit can also be described as resolve or fortitude. That is, an uncanny ability to persevere through difficult times. In my opinion, grit is the only trait that gets significantly stronger the more tough experiences someone endures. Whether you have and leverage these traits daily, consider yourself a shadow of your once curious and motivated self, or you are really a blank canvas, ready and willing to progress. I have good news for you. These traits can be learned and sharpened through digital forensics self-study. But if you want to move quickly, you'll need a plan. And I might just have one for you. Before I put forth an approachable, realistic framework for self-study that you may be willing to commit to, let's first talk about the various readily accessible knowledge sources at your fingertips. As a person interested in digital forensics, there is a wealth of quality, freely available information sources that go into detail on any specific topic you can think of. Delivery methods include white papers, slide presentations, conference talks, blog posts, tweets, code repositories, open source tools, and I think you get the idea. That's one of the really great things about our field. Information security practitioners are happy to share their work, and oftentimes for free. But with all of the available sources I just mentioned, and new content being released daily, it is extremely easy to get lost in the overwhelming amount of information. What you may have heard referred to as information paralysis or analysis paralysis. Also, it can be very difficult and even daunting to start making progress when you can't decide what's worth focusing on or where to start. Leading up to this, I've broached the subject of being a self-starter and stepping outside of costly instructor-led training. Now, once you decide to lean in and learn more, where should you go? At the beginning of this presentation, I referred to a practical framework. By practical, I mean realistic, digestible, and doable without risk of burnout. The goal here is to make progress sustainably and not throw off your work, sleep, or family schedules. It's basically the opposite of a gym or diet-related New Year's resolution. First, there are some one-time costs. To start, you should get access to Twitter so you can keep up with the postings of a curated group of forensics practitioners. Twitter is one of the best resources for recent technical forensics content. I've gone ahead and done the legwork of identifying and grouping those quality Twitter accounts for you. So all you need to do is scroll and read. The second to do is to get access to a training lab or a cyber range. I've added some great starting points in the resources section at the end of this presentation. Then, you commit to a prescribed schedule. If you're considering adopting this method, you should absolutely feel free to make changes to the days, times, and knowledge sources as you see fit. I only recommend that you do your best to stick to the high-level actions and cadence. For example, definitely try to participate in Capture the Flags, or CTFs, at least 4 times a year. My first recommendation is to spend a half hour on Twitter daily, reading and bookmarking technical posts. Then, on a weekly basis, dedicate time on 2 different days to one of my favorite resources, a website called This Week in Forensics. Maintained by a gentleman named Phil Moore, this project contains curated, organized digital forensics content for you to dive into. He puts in a lot of time, so you don't have to. Then, once a month, you can listen to Phil and guest's monthly summary of digital forensics happenings. This is also a good time to revisit a few Twitter posts you bookmarked. Ideally, these tweets have follow-on links and/or long threads with good discussion points. Next, monthly, you should absolutely spend time recreating environments and stepping through walkthroughs detailed in 1 or 2 of the blog postings you read the previous month. I recommend picking one focused on a new forensics technique and another focused on leveraging a new tool. Moving on to quarterly, I suggest you set weekend time aside to participate in a CTF event 4 times a year. You can keep track of interesting CTF events using the same website I mentioned earlier, thisweekinforensics.com. And finally, I recommend you work on 2 projects a year, whether it's writing forensic tool-related code, building test networks, or exploring new tradecraft. You are sure to pick up new skills throughout the process. This can be in 30-minute chunks or weekend-long sprints. Just be sure to track your time during these sessions and commit to about a week for each project. Listed here are the training lab resources I alluded to early on. Also, I've gone ahead and posted these slides along with quite a bit more for you to check out in a GitHub repository at github.com/resolvin/WHCR. As I wrap up this presentation, I'll close with a modified version of my company's core value statement. May it be something you can turn to if you're ever in need of some outside motivation. As information security practitioners, we consistently deliver. We are concise, precise, and accurate, and have tough conversations kindly. We unceasingly rage to master our craft, experimenting and embracing failure along the way. Through this process, we learn quickly and continuously improve, fostering a strong belief in ourselves. Thank you all for your attention. I hope you truly enjoy this year's International White Hat Conference. At this time, I'll open it up to the audience for questions.
Hello, Sean. Thank you for joining us this morning or evening, wherever you are, but welcome. We already have some amazing questions, and I have a couple questions for you too, but I'm going to go ahead and start with the first audience question. Are there any specific education or training requirements Resolvent is looking for to hire its employees?
Hi, Catherine. Thanks for the question. There are no specific requirements that Resolvent's looking for, but I'll tell you that in the interview process, there's definitely a lot of focus on hands-on for the applicant. And so what I mean by that is we really look to see if potential new hires have spent time, whether offensively or defensively, stepping through cybersecurity workflows, and so whether that is in a home lab or competing in capture the flags, and really having a range of knowledge for operational application of various tools, whether that be being able to say they've actually deployed and practiced using certain SIM tools or EDR tools on the defensive side, as well as sensors, signature-based IDSs, heuristic-based IDSs and protocol analyzers. And then on the offensive side, command and control frameworks, generating payloads, and stepping through attack life cycles on mock networks or training networks, doing boot to root style capture the flags and things of that nature. And any of that information that can be spoken to by the applicant is definitely a great sign that they've spent some time working on these on their skill sets, and that they're eager to learn more. And I think that sets them up very well for junior opportunities at Resolvent. Hopefully that answers the question.
Absolutely, thank you. So our second question is, can you share any issues Resolvent has encountered in the past while training using the cyber range?
Sure, yeah, so part of what Resolvent does is supports large-scale real-world exercises. One example of this is the United States U.S. Cyber Command has an exercise they put on one or more times a year called Cyber Flag. And these the networks for these events are around, we'll say, 3,000 to 4,000 nodes. And so keeping up a network of that size can be very involved. And so these exercises go on for about a week at a time. And so these are typically networks consisting of full Windows Active Directory domains, multiple enclaves, cross-domain solutions, and really just to mock up real and simulate and emulate real-world networks. And so at times, some of those services go down and they have to be brought back up, or there needs to be modifications made based off requests by the participants. And if anything, if there's any issues encountered, it's that trying to answer the mail as fast as possible and keep the exercises going to allow the participants to progress. I'd say is I think we do a really great job of it, but it requires a lot of work. So hopefully that answers the question.
Wonderful, thank you. Our next audience question is, can you tell us the difference between CTF and cyber range platforms? Sure.
Yeah, so CTF stands for Capture the Flag, and Capture the Flag is a type of competition or challenge where you are solving challenges or prompts for you to execute workflows to capture a quote flag unquote. And so you submit that you get the flag, and it's typically some type of hash or a compilation of random words, and you submit that to get points. And so capture the flags are typically executed on cyber range platforms. Cyber range platforms are either On-premise platforms that are, what I mean by that is a set of racks, or even in smaller cases, one rack or even 1 or 2U blade servers hosting virtual machines on a hypervisor. And so separate from that, you have cloud-based cyber ranges that allow users, trainees, participants to access these cyber range platforms through a browser, connect to a web application, log in, and then a lot of the maintenance, upkeep, and configuration is abstracted from the user, and then they can access it just through the internet. And they can interact with virtual machines, the actual consoles, graphical user interfaces through the browser. And so to circle back, CTFs are typically executed on cyber range platforms, and cyber range platforms can be either on-prem, hosted in the cloud, or hybrid.
Okay, so our next question, they was reading my mind. I think we're on the same line because I'm really interested to hear. But our next audience question is, what is the worst case scenario your company has worked on so far?
I could say I'll shift the question a little bit and say maybe one of the most interesting, it's interesting because it involves not only an information technology or IT environment, but also an operational technology or OT environment, specifically industrial control systems. And something we worked on last year was we spent a few months building a virtual simulation of a fuel farm. And the fuel farm is meant to incorporate all of the different field devices and programmable logic controllers and human machine interfaces that you would typically see at a fuel farm, for example, that maybe at an airport where fuel is being managed and moved between various above storage tanks and through underground pipes to being received from the provider to the airfield. And so we built this simulation, both a graphical representation as well as all of the virtual components on the back end that ran in real time. And what this allowed us to simulate was the day-to-day operations of fuel being moved from tanks, from one tank to another through a series, leveraging a series of sensors and valves and actuators, and then having that fuel actually put into trucks and moved to aircraft. And so by simulating all of these components, we're able to generate all of the traffic, the network traffic that you would expect to see in this type of network. And so we coupled an IT network with that OT network, and then we had an adversary emulation team, or a red team, or opposing forces, depending on what you may be familiar with terminology-wise. And that team attacked the IT network, pivoted through a firewall that was linking the IT and OT network, and then ultimately gained access to that OT network and created effects that brought down that fuel farm. And so it's really I'd say an interesting scenario, because it's bridging physical components that we hear about daily, especially with some of the recent news, and then tying it to the traditional information technology networks, and allows for the pivoting across those.
Thank you. So our next audience question, hold on, we're waiting for it to pop up. So Sean, for you, which skills might be the most important to have in cybercrime?
I think I'll go back to my presentation and talk about the sub-disciplines that I hit falling under digital forensics. I think having a skill set in network forensics, live forensics, memory forensics, and also incident response procedures are probably the most applicable and most important when it comes to being a professional working in cybercrime.
So, Sean, I just have a couple questions too. And if there's anyone else from the audience that has more, please feel free to speak up, put them in the chat box. So you have an extremely impressive background for the not guessing on your age. We're not going to ask those questions. I'm not telling you mine. But just for the short length of time you've been in this profession, you have an amazing and impressive background. Can you tell us kind of the history of how you got to where you are, a little bit of a life history in that regards, because I'm sure there are many people who are very interested in going into the field, but really unsure of what pathways are appropriate to take.
Definitely. I'd be happy to. So I got started with computers and interest in computers at a young age. And by the time I had made it to high school, I knew I wanted to study computers in some way, whether that would or leverage computers during my time in high school in some way. And so, among other courses, I ended up in computer science AP. That gave me familiarity with the Java programming language. And then when I moved on to college at the United States Naval Academy, I had some interesting opportunities. And one of them was to be a part of an experimental course called Electrical Engineering 488 Alpha, which is actually a cyber engineering course. It was a pilot. And throughout that 6-month course, I got my first experience with hacking. And at that time, we were using the Backtrack 5 distribution, the precursor to Kali Linux, and our textbook was called The Art of Hacking. And throughout that 6 months, I gained a bunch of new skills and awareness of offensive techniques for penetration testing that really sparked my interest. And from there, I was fortunate enough to have the opportunity to commission in the United States Navy as an information warfare officer and focused on conducting cyber-specific missions. At that time, I moved to Hawaii. I worked with the National Security Agency for a few years and really cut my teeth in foreign intelligence as it relates to cyber work. Following that, I spent some time I spent 2 years working with what's known as the Navy Blue Team. It's a team of defensive cyber professionals that are focused on conducting security assessments to secure U.S. Navy networks, both afloat on Navy vessels and ashore. And there is where I really started. I pivoted to the defensive side of work, and I found it really, really interesting. And so all along the way, I really chased down difficult coursework, certifications, my degree from BU, really just taking on new challenges that were going to almost force me to become good at cybersecurity from a technical standpoint. And so that's my journey in a few minutes.
And we actually have another audience question too. What I think it's going to pop up on the screen, but what type of lab do you recommend to begin training on offensive and defensive techniques?
Definitely. So bear with me for 1 minute here, and I'll see if I can share my screen.
Sure.
So I pulled up what I have pulled up here on the screen is the URL, actually the repository that I referenced during the presentation in the resource section. It's the github.com/resolvin/WHCR, which stands for the White Hat Conference Resources. And in this repository, I have a README markdown file that has a bunch of different resources that I referenced throughout the presentation, but where I to answer that question directly, I have two areas here. One, the digital forensics and incident response capture the flags, and a number of good, what I consider to be good starting points for capture the flag type challenges, both for guided and both guided walkthrough style labs as well as competitions. And then at the bottom here, you'll also see training labs / cyber ranges and some links to those training labs that I think would be a great starting point for those looking to start getting hands-on.
And you just in kind of the same facet you mentioned earlier when you were talking about one of the scenarios that you put on with the gas lines. You mentioned the recent, happenings in the news, which obviously when the gas shortage happened in the Southeast, many of us panicked. There was a run to the gas pumps with that. When these things happen, especially, with ransomware and these different, international attacks, what are the reactions from your clients? Do you see, a jump in a desire for assistance? Do you see an increase? What does that do for your company and your clients?
Sure. Well, publicized attacks like the Microsoft Exchange servers, like those on Microsoft Exchange servers, the SolarWinds software, and the Colonial Pipeline billing system, they affect resolving client awareness, definitely. And our clients are mostly security teams who are focused on detecting and responding to similar attacks on their customer networks. And so these publicized attacks spark interest for generating scenarios to reenact those attacks, similar to what I alluded to earlier. And actually, while I've been talking, I pulled up an example of that environment that I referred to earlier regarding the fuel farm, and I'll share my screen one more time here to play a short video while I speak. Bear with me for 1 minute. And so as that plays, you'll start to see the graphical user interface. Sorry, the graphical representation of the fuel farm, and then all of these components have a comprehensive network in the background. And so oftentimes the content that we've built previously, when some of these high profile, highly publicized attacks come to light, a lot of the content we've built previously becomes relevant again, and it becomes interesting to our clients again. And so this is a good example where the ICS network and the simulation for the fuel farm allowed clients to practice defensive skills on fuel-related network components.
Very interesting. Thank you, Sean. I believe we have another audience question. What skills did you take away from your military experience that allowed you to successfully develop your company? Good question.
The one that comes to my mind right away is technical skills related to technical leadership. As a junior officer in the Navy, being 22 years old and leading dozens up to, at one point, just about 80 people, I had to really learn how to lead fast. And what I found to be the way to inspire and to motivate and to have a team doing their best work consistently was to be in the trenches with them, really, is and to be very technical with them, and to be able to have the technical conversations that they were having with each other, to be able to assist in, let's say, maybe writing a piece of code or configuring a certain security tool. All of these experiences helped me build my technical leadership style that really translated well when it came time to start my own company. Because really, when I started my company, I was 26 years old, about to be 27. And at that time, I was asking people to leave their secure jobs, people who were much older than me, had families that they had to support, and I was asking to leave their well-paying, secure jobs to take a chance and come work with me on something new and exciting but risky. And I think that my technical leadership experience while in the military really helped make that instill confidence in my team, in my soon-to-be team, as well as helped us when we started. We were just 4 people, and I think help us hit the ground running quickly, gain traction quickly. Hopefully that answers the question.
Well, I'm sure your team is glad they took that risk, because obviously your company is exploding with success, which is amazing. Another audience question is, what specialty is the most appropriate to dedicate yourself to the digital trail?
I would say right now, focusing on, it's a hard one, but I'll pick one. I'd say becoming familiar with conducting live forensics is a great. I think now is a great time to pick that as your specialty. And specifically, what I mean by live forensics is getting comfortable with leveraging tools that allow you to ask questions of computers and devices in real time. Being able to reach out to a device and get information, for example, if it's a Windows machine, about certain running processes and services, pull various logs that are resident on the machine while it's on, and learning to conduct analysis based off of those results. And so, for example, chaining processes and spawned processes and child processes on a Windows machine, and being able to identify what is most likely benign versus malicious I think is a great start, or is a great place to spend your time if you're going to specialize. The tools to ask these types of questions you may be familiar with, but if not, I would definitely recommend looking into. These are typically known as live forensics tools or remote triage tools. Some of these include OS Query, GR, or the Google Rapid Response Framework, also Velociraptor, maybe there's a few others. There's a few others out there that are pretty prominent and well supported. And getting back to my presentation, I referenced a Twitter list called Forensics, or 4N6 Forensics Tools. If you go to Twitter and search at Resolven and check out the public list there, and find the forensics tools list, you'll be able to track a lot of the recent content being pushed out by the accounts that are managed by the accounts related to those tools. So I think that would be a good place to start for that specialty.
So I think we have time for one more question from the audience. What are the aspects of your cybersecurity work are you least excited about, if any, and what are you most excited about?
Yeah, so my cybersecurity work in my role definitely requires a lot of meetings. I guess is probably the best way to say it. So it's not to say that it's not fun and exciting, but it's not, for me personally, it's not as exciting as working, doing the operational work, or building new tools, or conducting research for new tradecraft. That's, for me, the hands-on technical work is definitely the most exciting. And some of the meetings and the also reports, drafting drafting documents is probably the less fun work for me, if I had to pick.
Thank you, Sean. So I think I'm going to wrap this up with one question, and then give Sean a break, because we've had him on point for almost an hour, and we appreciate it so much. But to give our audience a break before the next panel. But what I wanted to ask is, the theme of this conference is the White Hat Conference, and for those who are extremely familiar with the hacking culture, or those who aren't, there's definitely a difference between the approaches of hacking and the benefits, and what we believe we should have the right to do and the access to. Can you tell us what your ethics are on hacking? What usefulness is it, and what is your personal beliefs on how it should be used? Sure. Yeah. So to unpack the term hacking a little bit, and from a to look at the concept of hacking in the light of security work for good. I would say if you think about certain job sectors or job roles that are related to vulnerability assessment, penetration testing, red teaming, these all require the knowledge and skills of offensive professionals with offensive security skill sets. And so really the massive benefit of learning these skill sets are, one, you get a solid understanding of how tactics, techniques, and procedures by criminals are carried out, as well as you get a better understanding of how to develop and leverage detections for those actions. And so one of the things I like to recommend to people is if they're just getting started in pursuing a career in cybersecurity, is actually to start on the hacking side, start on the offensive side, and build the offensive skills, specifically for that reason. Because not only does it open up opportunities for career positions related to some of those I mentioned, vulnerability assessment, penetration testing, red teaming, but it gives you a great knowledge base to build off of. And if you learn to understand and execute attacks on networks and devices, then you have a much better, not better, but you have a much, a very useful, strong base for building a defensive skill set required for digital forensics, threat hunting, incident response. Well, thank you, Sean. We really, really appreciate your time. I think this is an amazing way to open up the White Hat Conference. I can't think of any better way. We really appreciate it. Our audience appreciates it, and I'm going to pass it back to Andrew. Thanks, Kathy.
Thank you so much to Sean and Kathy for that wonderful Q&A and for Sean's wonderful presentation. We're going to go into a quick break here. We'll be breaking until 11 a.m. Eastern time, so about 15 minutes here. And then you can come right back. We'll have even more great White Hat content for you. Stay tuned. Welcome back, everyone. If you're just joining us, we are in the middle of the second annual International White Hat Conference. And before I begin, I'd like to give a brief introduction to Alexis Wales, the Associate Director of the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, the CISA, and the Department of Homeland Security. Ms. Wales brings a wealth of expertise to the CISA with over 15 years of experience in various cybersecurity and infrastructure security focused positions. In her current role, she leads the CISA's Cyber Hunt and Incident Response Mission, reducing risks to critical infrastructure partners before, during, and after cyber events and incidents. Her talented team performs threat analysis, detects and hunts for malicious cyber activity, and supports mitigation and response efforts. In 2020, Ms. Wales served as the Election Security Mission Manager for CISA. Ms. Wales coordinated and orchestrated CISA's resources against the hashtag Protect 2020 lines of effort, ensuring that the near-term tasks were addressed to achieve the long-term strategic goals. Additionally, Ms. Wales ensured that the election security efforts aligned to the changing threat and risk environments, creating a cohesive and comprehensive portfolio of CISA services, offerings, and partnerships to secure the election. Prior to elections, she served as a Deputy Assistant Director within the National Cybersecurity and Communications Integration Center, leading the Cyber Threat Detection and Analysis Division. Ms. Wales has also worked in several leadership positions throughout CISA, providing risk-informed decision support to critical infrastructure owners and operators. She started her career in the Defense Department's Near East South Asia Center for Strategic Studies, leading international coalition building efforts around biodefense plans. Ms. Wales holds a dual Bachelor of Arts degree in History and Anthropology from Brandeis University, and she earned her Master's of Arts in Security Policy Studies from George Washington University. Following Ms. Wales' presentation, there will also be a Q&A where we'll be joined once again by Dr. Kathy Markham. Take it away, Alexis Wales.
Thank you so much, and good morning. Let me just say, it is such a pleasure to support this fantastic event and to offer my thoughts and perspective as a federal employee here at the Department of Homeland Security in Washington, D.C. I'll start by introducing myself, and while I very much appreciate that intro, there's a couple of items within my background that I think take us on that journey that we've all taken to get to cybersecurity and working within this really interesting field known as cyber. I've been in the risk management business for about 15 or so years now, focusing on driving down risk to our nation's most systemically important critical infrastructure. That's a mouthful, and we'll come back to what that means a little bit later. I started my career in government right after the tragic events of 9/11. Like many of my classmates at Brandeis University in Boston, Massachusetts, I was moved to action by the tragedy of that day. I left Boston for the Washington, D.C. area shortly after graduation to attend graduate school and to take a position within the Department of Defense. For several years, I had the pleasure of traveling around the world, talking to different partners, civilian, military, NGOs, think tanks, academic communities about, ironically enough, biodefense policies and programs and the strategic methods nation states could employ to reduce risk to their populations from a global pandemic. If I only knew then how relevant my studies, my early work, and the key alliances we were developing would be. So where did the cyber come in? About 12 years ago, I accepted a position within the Department of Homeland Security. I was hired to be an analyst, allegedly focused on the topic of biodefense here in the United States. But as we all quickly learn, first jobs are rarely the perfect fit. As the department worked to build its understanding of the risks facing critical infrastructure, and the topic of cyber started to float to the surface, my interest was piqued. I've always believed that to truly manage risk, especially risk over time, you must have a coalition of the willing, a clear path to visibility of what that risk looks like up close and personal, and most importantly, a shared understanding of the actions your coalition needs to take to manage that risk. You cannot manage what you cannot measure, and it is sure as heck hard to measure things in cyber. Much like the dialogue I had participated in during my time with the Department of Defense, I was drawn to the concept of another set of mostly invisible bugs. Refusing to acknowledge borders, these bugs ignored systems of governance and the rule of law and regulation. The challenge was accepted. My home agency, known as the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, or CISA, is only 2.5 years old. We are a very young agency inside of a very young department. In November of 2018, Congress passed legislation creating CISA, prioritizing its mission as the federal leader for physical and cyber infrastructure security. Within CISA, I proudly lead a team of cyber threat hunters, an area and portfolio of work that will be very familiar to many of you participating in this conference today. CISA leads our defensive operations in the fight against nation state and criminal activity within the Homeland Security cyber domain. I state that clearly. We have key partners focusing on areas outside of the United States and partners who have authorities as law enforcement officials Information sharing amongst all of us is imperative. To enable a collective defensive posture, we must bring everything we can to the fight, and we must do so in an organized, efficient, and well-practiced manner. Within CISA, our threat hunters employ tactics and techniques including forensics analysis, threat analysis, malware analysis, simulation and emulation of advanced persistent threats, or APT activity, all focused on doing one thing: making the invisible visible in order to defend our most critical national assets, functions, networks, and infrastructures. As I said previously, you cannot manage what you cannot measure, and it is impossible to measure what you cannot see. We in threat hunting turn that spotlight on. We find and detect threat activity, and we work to counter it with our key partners and allies across the global community. It has been an incredibly important and exhausting year in cybersecurity. I'd just like to take a moment to review the environment that we've all been working on, whether within the Washington, D.C. area or across the globe. CISA has participated in, and I'd like to pay attention to and pay recognition to our field of shared work and to our tireless community of defenders, all of which you are a part of. Over the past year, CISA has led a whole of nation effort to protect our 2020 elections and to protect democracy. CISA has supported network owners affected by the supply chain attack against SolarWinds. CISA shared protective and defensive information regarding the against the compromised and exploitation of Pulse Secure virtual private networks, or VPNs, working with affected entities in the midst of a pandemic-induced digital transformation. We shared information to lessen the effect of the wide-scale exploitation of one of the most widely used business applications, Microsoft Exchange. And we're all aware and have seen in the media time and time again different targeting of some of our industrial control systems, such as the targeting of a water treatment plant's control systems. And lastly, but certainly not least, most recently, we've all observed the dramatic effects of a multi-day disruption and shutdown of the Colonial Pipeline. Our adversaries are growing bolder. Their tactics are growing more sophisticated, and their targets are more consequential. Our role at CISA is of utmost importance. We are the only federal agency whose sole purpose is to help public and private sector stakeholders strengthen their security and enhance their resilience, to enable others through the provisioning of tools, education, and advice to fight back against the bad guys. That mission and that mindset flows through everything that we do here at the Department of Homeland Security, specifically within CISA. And it is informing the dramatic transformation of the government's cybersecurity posture. What does that transformation look like? It's threefold. First and foremost, and this will sound very similar to what I'm sure many of you are going through or supporting your organizations or looking towards future careers are also focusing on. First and foremost, we're getting our own house in order. Despite the significant progress we have made over the past decade in federal cybersecurity, our own .gov networks, there are still gaps. These gaps persist today. SolarWinds and the attack on the supply chain that led to the SolarWinds event highlighted the cybersecurity deficit we are in, but we are now on track to make the federal government the gold standard for modern cybersecurity. Congress has heard this need and recognized this need and has provided CISA with key authorities and funding to secure the federal networks that underpin essential government functions. The second pillar of our transformation here at CISA within the Department of Homeland Security is we've renewed our focus on systemically important critical infrastructure. That's that mouthful that I referenced earlier on today, and it's one of our driving principles. From the White House on down, we are focusing on supporting the cybersecurity of our most critical infrastructure. As the Cyberspace Solarium Commission's final report stated back in March of 2020, attacks on systemically important critical infrastructure can have cascading, destabilizing effects on U.S. national security, economic security, and public health and safety. Many of you have likely read about the White House-led effort focused on industrial control systems, or ICS, cybersecurity. The effort is aggressive. 100-day action plans are being developed, crafted, and published, and they focus on modernizing cybersecurity defense, including the enhancement of detection, mitigation, and forensics capabilities. Again, our focus here as defenders is on making that risk, that threat, visible so that we can counter it. CISA has worked with the ICS community for years and continues to make progress with our private sector partners, some of our key allies in this fight, to ensure that the risks are understood and well communicated by leaders far and wide so that we can develop impactful policy and risk reduction programs. The potential consequentiality here, the ability of the bad actors to cause truly horrific harm, both physical and economic, is real, and it's unacceptable. Our third pillar of transformation here within the federal cybersecurity world is to raise the baseline across the entire cyber ecosystem. Why? I think the statements there and that I will make will resonate with everyone. The plague of ransomware is not slowing down. Ransomware knows no boundaries. It's a target of opportunity, and it is indiscriminate. Our secretary here at the Department of Homeland Security has prioritized CISA's work in countering ransomware. We've seen ransomware hit cities, hospitals, critical manufacturing, pipelines, and more. As a citizen, this fills me with anger and dismay, and I'm sure you as well. It is intolerable that bad actors can deny essential services from being delivered, and it demands global action. We continue to learn that in our interconnected world, where the risks are shared and your most vulnerable partner, supplier, vendor, or contractor is often the vector to compromise of your network, we must raise the cyber baseline across the entire ecosystem. CISA's partnership building and supply chain risk management efforts dig deeply into this challenge space. How networked we all are by design and how deeply this increases the attack surface and playground of our adversaries is something that we take very seriously and something that we seek to counter together. At CISA, within DHS, we're using our voice and working very closely with law enforcement and others to raise awareness, provide best practices, and advocate for more funding and the growth of critical coalitions to counter this ever-expanding threat environment. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you all today. Every member of this conference contributes to the collective defense of our communities, and I look forward to taking questions and hopefully providing you with some answers.
Hi, Alexis. Thank you so much. That was wonderful. And I have a couple of questions for you, and there may be a few from the audience. But I think my first question is, we're going to let the audience go first because they're much more important. So it's going to pop up on the screen. Sorry. Our first question is, are there any advice you want to give to people seeking a job with CISA?
Absolutely. And that question excites me. As a public servant, I strive to recruit talented professionals like those participating in this conference and bring you over to our side here at DHS. At the CISA.gov website, we are constantly posting different career opportunities that we make available. And I will tell you, we are in a stage of growth, unprecedented growth. We have grown very large over the last couple of years since we were conceived of by Congress, and we continue to hire at a rapid speed. So CISA.gov/careers is going to take you to that webpage where you'll find many different opportunities here with CISA. And of course, there are many other opportunities for finding positions with CISA through different academic communities like Scholarship for Service, et cetera, that work very closely with us to find the cyber talent that we also are looking for.
And in that same regard, if I could just kind of piggyback off of that question, are there certain types of training, education, degrees that you would recommend for interested scholars who are emerging into the field with CISA or cybercrime?
Sure. We hire a diversity of perspectives and talents and skills and knowledge. So, as I mentioned at the beginning of my speech, and then as it said in my intro, I come from a background in anthropology and history. I spent very formative years in college looking at what it means to be secure, feel secure, a lot of the different psychological aspects of what security brings. And I can tell you that the path to cyber is never just the straight and narrow. So while, of course, there will always be value in the different digital forensics and other technical trainings that we can find, that should not hinder someone from feeling like they want to contribute to cybersecurity. We need everything from folks that want to focus on diplomacy to partnership building to facilitation of really critical dialogue between key allies and partners. These areas are not always as technical. And so while certifications and other types of technical skills are important, they're only one part of what makes a really great cybersecurity program for you and or any other organization.
And a follow-up question too from the audience, are there possibilities for internships at CISA?
Oh, absolutely. Interns are an amazing source of bright light for CISA. We have had some of our best and brightest come out of the different internship programs that we have at CISA. So while we have things like Scholarship for Service, there are also many other government-specific internships that will, in many cases, lead to full-time work, if you so desire, in supporting our defensive posture. And so these areas are also available on the CISA.gov website, or I can field any questions that come my way through LinkedIn or other different social media aspects.
Awesome, thank you. So our next audience question is, what proactive steps can we as users take to protect ourselves against the increased amount of ransomware attacks?
That is a really great question. And I hate to keep promoting our webpage, but part of our webpage, its intent and purpose is to enable the local defender, the individual. We really are protectors of the people, and we make sure that our website is geared towards very, very localized risks, sometimes at the user level. So within the CISA.gov website, you'll find an entire page dedicated to resources on countering ransomware, both for organizations and for individuals, focusing on cyber essentials. And our cyber essentials really showcase how it is that you create a safer space for interacting in the cyber world. And will also include quite a bit of best practices and tips that can be immediately employed to prevent ransomware. So I recommend checking out that webpage. It'll also take you to different resources from the FBI and the National Security Agency and many others at the local level that are helping to support the countering of ransomware.
Thank you. Our next question is, how can people from other countries join or help CISA?
Another great question. I'm really appreciating all of these audience questions. So we work with international coalitions. We work with key allied partners through many different information sharing and exchange programs. Depending on what country you're coming from and or what part of your country, if you're civilian or military or part of an NGO or a think tank, we have an information sharing approach for you. That has been developed and catered very specifically towards, the exchange of critical elements of information. We also have an international CERT-to-CERT information exchange. So if you're part of your local CERT or your local defensive community within your country, there is likely a way to get back to DHS. And so there's different opportunities to do that either through your embassy or through your local CERT to figure out how to contact us. And that's something that's on the CISA.gov website as well.
Wonderful, thank you. Okay, we've got our next audience question coming up. Where do you think our school systems should focus to prepare the upcoming generation to the cyber challenges we face in the future? Excellent question.
That's another really good question. So I think we're all tracking on the different technical skills that will go into helping to actually secure the networks themselves, understanding the different elements of the zero trust architectures, learning more and more about cloud-based infrastructures and what it means to create secure operating environments there. But really one of the things that I think our school system should focus on is problem solving. Much of what we deal with in cybersecurity, whether it's at the very technical level where you're looking at big data sets and you're trying to find that needle in a haystack, trying to figure out how to set up a detection apparatus that's going to catch anomalous activity on network in ways that scale so that you can kind of, I don't want to say set it and forget it, because in cybersecurity, there's not much we can set and then forget, but something like that. There's also this need to work together to solve really hard problems. Our communities are going digital and our country is going digital. And in this way, it simply means that we have to put strategic thought towards what it means to be secure and to enable security as we operate in a very digital space. And so that won't just be technical. That's going to take a problem-solving mindset. And so the fostering of that diversity of perspective is so critical when you're trying to put the collective minds together to figure out how you're going to solve that really tough problem. We want to make sure that we don't ever put blinders on or only have one type of thinking. We really focus on diversity of thought and perspective to apply to problem solving.
Thank you. Our next audience question is, what is the good practice to coordinate private and public sectors in terms of cybersecurity?
So that's a good question. So Department of Homeland Security has been working since inception to bring together private and public sector partners. This is not always easy. Oftentimes there is a private sector mentality or a public sector mentality, and it's hard to find that common ground. The nice thing about cybersecurity challenges is they don't recognize, much like we have with the pandemic, they just don't recognize the different types of networks or the different types of boundaries or the different type of work that we're trying to do or to accomplish. And so for us at CISA, we have many different coordinating councils or governance councils at the local level where we bring public personas and different private sector entities together to talk about some of these challenges. Everything from the Girl Scouts of America to the challenges with K through 12 education to local law enforcement. Every part of our community's fabric is struggling with cybersecurity and is an opportunity for private sector and government exchange for mutually beneficial reasons and for the continued growth and security of our country.
So I have one last question for you. I think it's amazing. You're becoming really a role model for so many women, especially that coming into the field. Historically, we have had smaller amounts of women, especially in the hacking field and those forms of expertise in cybersecurity. But I think we're kicking down the door, and you're, a classic example of that. Can you tell us about your experiences as a female in the field, and your colleagues, maybe what they have experienced?
Sure. Absolutely. I have had the pleasure of serving with and for many fantastic female leaders. Unfortunately, my field, especially here at DHS, is still primarily male. However, the diversification of our workforce is something that we at DHS have taken very seriously. And it's not just DHS, right? It's the entire pipeline coming into these technical fields that we're trying to make sure we open the doors for women. I did not start in a technical role. I have never performed digital forensics myself. I have taken the time to learn many of the skills and to understand the concepts so that I can continue to be a leader. However, you don't have to be in the most technical positions to get into a leadership or a different type of role within cybersecurity. I will say that I hope that those who find cybersecurity a little bit too technical or a little too confusing or a little bit scary, dismiss of that concern and bring their talents to this fight. We need everyone to come join us. Defense and the art of collective defense is something that will require a totality of humanity to really bring to this conversation set. And so it's very, very important that our future female leaders and our future women in cyber professionals understand that they are at the table each and every day, bringing skills and technology and knowledge to this conversation set. It's something that we have focused on here at CISA over the last several years, and it's something that I personally feel very passionate about, is paving the way to make sure that anyone who's interested can contribute to the problems that we have to solve.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And Alexis, we really, really appreciate your time. This has been great. Thank you from the audience. And I'm going to pass it back to Andrew.
Thank you so much again to both Alexis and Kathy there for the wonderful presentation and Q&A. Before we check in with the CI Comp team, I would like to give the audience a brief background on our CI competition director, Ismael Morales, the assistant professor of cybersecurity direction at Utica College, and two of our case managers of the competition, Robert Price and Austin Givens. Ismael Morales, the assistant professor of cybersecurity at Utica College, earned his master's degree in information assurance from Syracuse University. He's also a PhD candidate at North Central University. Ismael's research interests include cybersecurity and data science. His experience in multiple domains encompasses software engineering, DoD geospatial information systems, legal news and business, automotive industrial engineering, DoD logistics, and DoD cybersecurity research and development. His activities in support of the National Air and Space Intelligence Center, the NSA, the U.S. Army Intelligence Command, and the Air Force Research Lab, and the Department of Defense include software development, kernel programming, cybersecurity research and development, and technical management in classified and unclassified domains. He served as the principal security assessor for multiple Department of Defense agencies and commercial businesses for information assurance certification and accreditation. Robert Price is one of our two case managers for the competition. Professor Price has received extensive computer forensics training through the FBI Computer Analysis Response Team, the CART program, and industry-leading organizations including Guidance Software, MSAB, Microsystemation, and Black Bag Technologies. For nearly 4 years, Professor Price worked as a forensic scientist within the digital evidence section at the North Carolina State Crime Laboratory, the NCSCL, in Raleigh, North Carolina, where he also served as the technical leader and the training officer. Professor Price worked as a forensics digital evidence analyst too at the Monroe County Crime Laboratory in Rochester, New York, where he serves as a task force officer for the Western New York Regional Computer Forensics Laboratory, the YNYRCFL. His work at the NCSCL and the YNYRCFL involved the collection, preservation, and analysis of digital evidence for regional, state, and federal law enforcement agencies, as well as providing expert testimony in state and federal courts. The other of our two case managers today is Austin Givens. Austin Givens is the Associate Professor of Cybersecurity at Utica College. His research has appeared in the Cyber Defense Review and the National Cybersecurity Institute Journal, among other outlets. In 2018, Givens was appointed to serve on the national staff of the U.S. Coast Guard Auxiliary as the branch assistant for external IT security awareness, a capacity in which he develops IT security awareness and training products for the 28,000 plus members of the U.S. Coast Guard Auxiliary and the Coast Guard forces worldwide. He received his PhD in public policy from the Department of Political Economy at King's College in London. And we will now hear from, we'll now do the team introductions for the CI competition. My apologies. So we're going to move into the CI competition team video to introduce the 16 teams.
In early January 2021, Mr. CIC, a special agent in the FBI, learned that an individual only known as Mr. Evil Noodle is allegedly responsible for several of the most expensive computer intrusions in all of history. It was discovered that Mr. Evil Noodle has a background in computer programming within the financial industry. In addition, Mr. Evil Noodle has also been suspected of being a member of a state-sponsored hacking organization known as the Evil Lizards. The uncovered attacks that this organization conducted have not only affected tens of thousands of computer systems around the world, but these attacks have also resulted in over $1 billion in illegal earnings. According to allegations, some of the various illegal activities and crimes that Mr. Evil Noodle and the organization he is a part of may be involved in include illegally accessing computer systems without authorization, phishing and ransomware attacks targeting financial institutions across the world that have collectively stolen over $1 billion, illegal drug trafficking, illegal guns, and weapon sales. As illustrated from the information presented by Mr. CIC, a federal arrest warrant has been issued for Mr. Evil Noodle within the United States with the following charges: suspicion of conspiracy to commit wire fraud, suspicion of conspiracy to commit computer-related fraud, and suspicion of computer intrusion. As an agent of the federal government, you and your team are hereby authorized to investigate the violations that were made against the laws of the United States of America and to act on the warrants that are issued under the authority of the United States. You and your teammates will begin your investigation with a computer that was seized by the Department of Justice, which is currently live on the cloud. You have also been provided with an electronic list of potentially relevant U.S. penal codes to aid with your investigation.
Hello, I'm Bruno Constanzo. I studied engineering in information technology, and I'm a researcher for InfoLab, a research and development laboratory of FASTA University in Mar del Plata. I've been working and studying digital forensics for about 10 years already, and I'm currently the lead for the AI and automation line of research for InfoLab.
Hello, my name is Santiago Trigo. I'm a computer expert since 2013 and I'm currently studying a postdegree in criminology. Since 2015, I've been working at the State's Prosecutor's Office of Buenos Aires Province as digital forensic. I'm also a researcher in the InfoLab department at FASTA University and I'm a lead researcher in cybersecurity.
Hello, my name is Fernanda Giacaglia. I became a lawyer in 2007 and I have a master's degree in Internet Law and Ethics. Since 2012, I've been participating in several investigation research projects about computer law. We all three are researchers for FASTA University's InfoLab, which provides solutions in digital forensics and the usage of information technologies in order to improve the judicial system. This research and development lab is one of a kind in our region.
Hello, my name is Nazli Borrero. I am computer engineer and master's student in cybersecurity. I am passionate about the subject and therefore I want to participate in this great event.
Hi, my name is Veronica Donaire. I am from La Paz, Bolivia. I am computer engineer and a specialist in computer forensics and ethical hacking.
Hi, I am Oscar Alarcón, one member of the Bolivian team. My studies are police administrator, business administrator, specialist in criminal investigation, specialist in internal security. I know the criminal phenomena and the impact on citizen security and the incidents in the public and the private sectors.
Hello, I'm Ban Tha Kong, a participant coordinator and interpreter at International Law Enforcement Academy, Bangkok, where I gain experience and knowledge about cybercrime investigation. The Academy is a training center where regional law enforcement officers come together to join training courses, and we discuss about trends, national policies, and also investigative techniques to combat cybercrimes and transnational crimes. We hope together we can be a safer world.
Hello everyone, my name is Bunhe. I am a fresh graduate from the University of Arizona and the American University of Phnom Penh. Currently I'm working at the Ministry of Justice with the legal expertise, and we are currently drafting the penalty provision for the cyber law. And we are working closely with the Ministry of Telecommunication, and I hope that I can make a good law for my country.
Hi guys, my name is Wood and I'm from Cambodia. I'm a senior student at UTS, University of Technology, Sydney, currently pursuing my Bachelor of Science in IT, major in Networking and Cybersecurity and Interaction Design. It is my pleasure to join the 2021 White Hat Conference and glad to join my Cambodian team. We are looking forward to the competition.
Hello, I'm Lady Carvajal. I'm a cybersecurity consultant and pen tester at Day1. I had the opportunity to be part of the winner team in the last White Hat conference in 2019. And in that CTF, we really enjoyed to resolve different kind of challenges like reverse engineer, forensics, and incident response too. And it was a great event to know different players around the world. Currently, I'm a member of Hack Lab Girls Latin. It's a community by women and men who promotes the participation of women of cybersecurity and hacking. And I'm pretty happy to be part of them.
I am Oscar Giovanni Gonzalez. I studied the specialization in computer security at UNAT University. I work partially as a specialist in the server Linux. In the last 5 years, I have participated in activities meetups with HADLabs Bogota, HADLabs Gear Latam, and conference. The capture the flag is very important because for challenge demonstrates of abilities of team in wet or scene forensic in the others. My experience in White Hat was wonderful, mainly the conference and difficult of the challenge.
Hi everyone, my name is Jose Leon. I'm currently working as security tech lead in a software development company. What can I say about my experience in White Hat conference? Well, I think it was very rewarding experience. I remember in the last event here in Bogota, Colombia, I was starting to explore the cybersecurity world. For me, the conference and the CTF especially helped me to understand a little how cybersecurity world works in real life. I really enjoyed the CTF since it was like conducting a real incident response. I'm very grateful for that opportunity, and I'm sure that, like me, there are many people in the world that are fascinated with cybersecurity. Thanks a lot. Bye bye.
Hola a todos, mi nombre es Tatiana Pérez. Actualmente me desempeño como analista de ciberseguridad. Mi experiencia en los CTFs siempre ha sido como de perseverar mucho, de no rendirse. Los CTFs suelen ser bastante agotadores, entonces pues la idea siempre es lograr encontrar la mayor cantidad de recursos disponibles y no rendirse en el intento.
Hola, mi nombre es Andrés Guerrero, actualmente trabajo como gerente de tecnología en una compañía de seguridad informática. Espero aprender mucho en este segundo CTF, ya que es mi segunda participación en este tipo de retos.
Hola, buenas noches. Mi nombre es Jean-Paul Granados. Trabajo como pentester y tengo aproximadamente 6 años de experiencia en ciberseguridad. Mi trabajo principal es ejecutar pentesting en aplicaciones web, a veces a infraestructura y aplicaciones móviles.
Hello, my name is Leah. I have recently graduated from Aix-Marseille University with a master's degree in criminal law and sciences, and I'm currently preparing the lawyer exam. I have a great interest in cybercrime issues. For that reason, my master thesis focused on sexual offenses committed with telecommunication means, And I also integrated the International Association for Fight Against Cybercrime, in which I help the victims of cybercrime with their legal questions.
Hi, my name is Mohamed Chebi. I'm a cybersecurity expert. I have a master's degree from Paris Dauphine University in IT management. I have been working for several international organizations and governments in different cybersecurity programs and cyber threat intelligence. I am proud to represent France. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Karim Benazman. I graduate from the University Institute of Technology of Lyon. Currently, I begin to work for the European Organization for Nuclear Research. I have always been interested and passionate about cybersecurity, forensic science, and by doing CTF.
Hi, my name is Rebecca Toot, and I'm a technical expert in my team. Our team has participated in several Capture the Flag competitions and hackathons, such as the Hungarian Cybersecurity Challenge, which was organized by the Special Services for National Security. We also love to spend our free time solving Capture the Flag challenges and exploiting vulnerable machines on TryHackMe and Hack the Box penetration testing labs.
Hi, my name is Mario, and I work as a risk management and cyber compliance specialist. Everyone on our team has a full-time job in cybersecurity, and we participate in part-time master studies. We organize an ethical hacking course for our fellow students in our free time. I can safely say that cyber is more than just a career for us, it really is a lifestyle.
Hi, my name is Zoltán János. I'm a group leader within the Hungarian police forces. I've gained experience investigating several types of cybercrimes and monitoring cyber activities via OSINT and other methods. The strength of our group lies within diversity, that we came from 3 different fields of cybersecurity, giving us the chance to see the whole picture more.
Hello everyone, my name is Luis and I'm from Mexico. I am a security specialist and I have been collaborating with my country for 5 years to save the information security. I am passionate about knowing the new technologies and learning to improve along with them.
Hello everyone, my name is Alan and I'm currently studying the computer science career at Tecnológico de Monterrey in Mexico City. I already have some experience working with the cybersecurity because I used to work for a government agency which was dedicated to protect the information on the government systems. I learned all the basics thanks to the mentors I had, and I decided to focus my career on computer security since then. I also have been involved in several hackathon competitions across Mexico and the United States.
Hello, my name is Eric Galina. I am currently studying a master's degree in security. I really like to update my knowledge in favor of security of the organizations and also with my personal and professional growth. I have certification in IT security and I am proud to continue learning and teaching all about security information.
Hello, my name is Cesar Farro. I am from Peru and I am a member of the X-Mind group for this competition. I have more than 20 years of experience in cybersecurity area, implementing strategies and techniques to protect the information of the companies. I am very happy to participate in the cybercrime investigation competition.
Hello guys, my name is Raúl Acorchá Vicenteno. I am police officer and system engineer. I have been investigating cybercrime in Peru for 14 years. I am very happy to be in the X-Men team. See you later.
Hola, soy Ángel Arteaga y trabajo como analista forense informático en mi país. He combatido la ciberdelincuencia desde el 2011, investigando casos de ciberespionaje y secuestro de información. Brindo capacitación sobre seguridad de la información, ciberseguridad y ciberdefensa en instituciones educativas, con la finalidad de fomentar una cultura de ciberseguridad y resiliencia ante ataques informáticos. He participado en competencias nacionales e internacionales de ciberseguridad y estoy feliz de poder participar en esta competencia de investigación del cibercrimen. ¡Nos vemos allí!
Hi, I'm Jian. I'm currently studying digital forensics at Korea University.
I'm interested in cybercrime and digital forensics and looking forward to meeting all you soon.
Hi, I'm Woo Sun-yoon. I'm studying at Korean University School of Cybersecurity and working at Digital Forensic Research Center. I'm very excited to learn something new idea about digital forensics through this competition.
Hello everyone, I'm Jung Park from Korea University's Digital Forensic Research Center. As a researcher, I'm enjoying to develop practical methodologies and techniques for supporting cybercrime investigations. We all look forward to participate in this competition. Thank you.
Hola, soy Guillermo Reina y soy informático forense desde España. He trabajado en numerosos casos de cibercrimen, entre ellos pornografía infantil a través de las redes P2P, operativas con brokers fraudulentos y criptomonedas, secuestro de datos o hackeo en videograbadores de CCTV y cámaras IP. Aparte he contribuido a ciertos programas de cibercrimen y análisis de datos. ¡Nos vemos!
Hola, soy Cristóbal Campos. Soy informático forense. Tengo una academia donde doy clases de ciberseguridad y robótica a niños. He trabajado en varios casos de ciberacoso a menores y también he ayudado a la policía a varios problemas de ciberseguridad. En la actualidad estoy colaborando en el desarrollo de aplicaciones de análisis forense de datos. Nos vemos, un saludo.
Hi there, my name is José Segura. I'm an litigation specialist from Murcia, Spain. After graduating with honors, I started working as a corporate lawyer in Carrillo, which is one of the leading firms in southeastern Spain, where I became head of litigation in 2018. Last November, I started my own firm, Segura Legal, which provides strategic legal advice to some of the most prominent companies in Murcia region. As an insolvency expert, I've been a speaker to different courses at the University of Murcia. As a litigator, I've handled multiple cybercrime cases, ranging from industrial machinery hijacking to large-scale phishing frauds. Having studied and worked abroad, I speak fluent English and intermediate French. Bye.
Hello everyone, my name is Joshua Carter. I'm a grad student at Bridgewater State University. Looking forward to meeting all of you soon. I'm hoping to get as much out of this competition as everyone else.
Hi, my name's Nancy Entwistle. I am a grad student at Bridgewater State University. I'm looking forward to this competition to learn new ideas about digital forensics.
Hi, I'm Linda. I'm a business analyst and grad student at Bridgewater State University in Bridgewater, Massachusetts, and I'm looking forward to meeting you all soon.
Hi, my name's Tim Laham. I'm a student at Boston University Cybercrime Investigation and Cybersecurity Graduate Certificate Program, and I'm also a digital forensic examiner with the Boston Police Department.
Hi, my name is Seth Hausman. I'm a detective employed by the Boston Police Department. I work in the Crimes Against Children unit, assigned to Internet Crimes Against Children.
Hi, my name is Michael Sullivan. I'm a graduate of the Boston University Cyber Crime Investigation and Cybersecurity Graduate Certificate Program. I'm also employed by the Boston Police Department as a sergeant, and I'm assigned to the Crimes Against Children unit, where I oversee the Internet Crimes Against Children Task Force.
We all look forward to participating in the White Hat Cyber Crime Investigation Competition. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Maria Mancuso, and I'm a sophomore at the University of Scranton, where I major in cybercrime and homeland security. Last year, I participated in a cybercrimes research paper where I used cyber analysis skills in order to make conclusions on crime trends. This research sparked my interest in cyber intelligence and motivated me to work on furthering my skill set. Through the White Hat Conference, I expect to gain more knowledge as well as experience with cybercrime investigation. I'm looking forward to an internship in the cybersecurity department at Verizon Wireless and hope this experience will assist in advancing my skill set.
Hi, my name is Evan Chang, and I'm a sophomore at the University of Scranton, and I recently joined the Cybercrime and Homeland Security Bachelor's Program. I've experienced working in computer science programming with C as well as Java, and other notable work in penetration testing with cyber forensics. In addition, I work for the University of Scranton's Police Department as a corporal in the Student Officer Program. I'm excited to participate in the White Hat Conference to advance my skill set as a future law enforcement agent.
My name is Andrew Huertas, and I'm a senior in the Criminal Justice Program at the University of Scranton. I've gained experience in cyber intelligence operations using programs such as FTK and NCASE. I've also conducted cyber criminal data profiling with FBI investigative cases as my empirical research paper. In addition, I work with the student officer program as a corporal alongside other officers gaining realistic experience in the field of law enforcement. I am currently in the process of applying to Boston University's Criminal Justice Master's Program, concentrated in cybercrime investigation and cybersecurity. I look forward to participating in this year's White Hat Hacking Conference to further my ability in the field of cybercrime as a prospective law enforcement agent.
Hello, I'm Lukman Kamizan, and I am a senior cybersecurity student at Utica College.
Hi, I'm Hayden. I'm a first-year cybersecurity and comp sci major at UC.
I'm a cybersecurity major. I have a concentration in cyber ops.
I specialize in cyber operations and information assurance while minoring in fraud, financial crime, and computer science.
I specialize in cyber operations, and I've been dabbling in forensics as well.
This competition, I myself with a group of colleagues, Robert Skaka, Hayden Lochman, as well as Michael Mead will be participating in this competition, and I will be the team captain for this competition itself for White Hat 2021.
Hello, my name is Robert Skaka, Utica College cybersecurity major. I have a concentration in cyber ops. That means it's more ethical hacking, pen testing side of cybersecurity that I'm learning. And that's essentially what I want to do with my life. What I am doing is to be a pen tester by profession. It sounds like the coolest job in the world, to be paid to break into companies' computers, assess your clients' security, help them improve.
Hello, my name is Samin Sheikh. I'm currently a junior at Utica College, and I enrolled in Utica College's cybersecurity program during this past spring semester. I'm currently studying under the Cybercrime and Fraud Investigation concentration and plan to begin studying under the Network Forensics and Intrusion Investigation concentration come this fall. This will be my very first White Hat competition, and I am super duper excited to participate and learn more about my field of study.
Hello, my name is Kara Bargabas, and I'm a senior at Utica College, majoring in cybersecurity and concentrating in network forensics and intrusion investigation. Throughout my studies at Utica College, I've gained experience in digital forensic investigation through the use of tools such as FTK. In this White Hat conference, I hope to gain experience and further my education in the forensic field, as well as use it to help me as a tool to find further jobs in the future.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We've just seen the team introduction videos. Everybody who's going to be involved in the competition that's been taking place and will be ending at 3 p.m. And real quick, we're going to move into an interview here. We're joined by the CI director, Ismail Morales, as well as our two case managers, Robert Price and Austin Givens. Welcome, everybody.
Hello. Thanks for having us.
Yeah, definitely. So we'll start with Mr. Morales. I just have a few questions for each of you. So what are the main objectives and responsibilities of your role as the White Hat Cybercrime Investigation Competition Director?
So the main objective for this White Hat competition was to ensure that we provided a platform that hosted a cyber forensics scenario, realistic, that required the applied synchronization of cyber and forensics, digital forensic skills and activities. So if you all heard saw the video, the suspect was involved in cybercrime with activities such as, hacking into financial institutions, conducting ransomware attacks and demanding payments. And in addition, also suspected of running a darknet to sell guns and drugs and potentially support his ransomware attacks. So the contestants had initial access to a single machine, which needed investigation and analysis, which also led eventually to additional resources in a darknet site. So that showed the different paths that an investigation like this can lead. It may not just be relegated to a single machine. So just as important an objective was to impress upon the contestants that cybercrime, may require a significant breadth of criminal justice knowledge, as well as a wide range of cybersecurity working and technical knowledge, and to provide learning opportunities in that realm. So my primary responsibility has been to ensure that the scenario provided the contestants with realistically simulated workflows albeit in a compressed 24-hour period. And I think we accomplished that objective quite well.
Wonderful. And so, given that you've been kind of directing this over the last 24 hours here, I'm not sure if you could speak to the current status of the competition and where some of the teams might lie in terms of progress from your perspective.
Yeah, I can give you a quick summary on the competition, how it went. The competition started at 3 p.m. Eastern time yesterday. And for the technical portion of the challenges, the teams had a 14-hour limit, and so it's still ongoing right now. But right now they're focused more on the data analysis and putting their documentation, their case together. So that 14-hour limit was over at approximately 5 o'clock this morning. And the solutions to the technical challenges were gateways to data and information they could use for the case. There were other time limits also. However, if a team did not make the prescribed handrails that we had, they were moved along. So we didn't just leave them hanging without so we would move them along so they would not lose the flow for the workflow and get access to some of the data and start doing the investigation. And of the 16 teams, 9 teams made it onto the scoreboard. Hence, this was a significantly challenging competition. However, the Hungary, Cambodia, South Korea, and Argentina, they're in that order right now as far as the technical score goes. Hungary, Cambodia, South Korea, and Argentina. They put up a really outstanding and really interesting performance throughout the night. They were changing position, although Hungary did come across very strong for the entire competition. However, the other teams that came in, they are second, third, and fourth right now. They really came on strong also in the wee hours of the night. So it showed their grit and those words that some of the previous speakers were using. Their motivation. They stayed with it. And it's an example of some of the technical challenges they were confronted with were, things like privilege escalation, data hidden in text, audio files, images, hidden archives on different operating systems, website hacking and analysis. So some of the keys to success that we saw during this competition was, the teams that treated every piece of information with a healthy amount of suspicion and using all the resources available to them, such as anti-tech support or case manager support, discussing it with the team. So making it a true team effort. Those teams certainly, improved their performance over time. So overall, based on the results and reactions of most of the teams, this challenge, the challenge has achieved most of our objectives and expectations, and really, we're excited to continue to do this sort of thing. Thank you.
Awesome. Yeah, thank you so much. That's great that you could shed some light on the tenacity of some of these teams that we're seeing here in the competition. So just a couple quick questions for our case managers here as well. I'm not sure which one of you guys would want to go first, but my first question is, what are some of the main objectives and responsibilities of your role as the case managers for the White Hat cybercrime investigation?
I can field that real quick. So our primary objective for our role as the case managers was to field questions, legal questions. If there was authorization questions, if there were multiple operating systems where the search warrants or legal authorities were specifically written in a way that kind of forced the competitors to communicate with us and provide them with additional legal authority if they came across something that wasn't covered under the original scope of the search warrant. So we did a lot of fielding questions relative to the legal component, distributing search warrants and legal authority, but also if there were technical questions, we would make sure that we couldn't answer that wasn't within our wheelhouse relative to the scope of our role. We would push them to or make sure they got to the appropriate people.
Awesome. And anything you'd like to add to that, Austin?
Yeah, it's been interesting to see the flow over the past several hours of how teams would sort of tighten up and then loosen and then tighten up again. Early on, when we kicked off yesterday, Argentina came out very aggressively, asking some really strong, pointed questions, which was wonderful to see. And then during the overnight hours, there's this sort of jockeying for position between Hungary and Argentina that was fascinating to watch. And then around 2, 3 o'clock in the morning today, Cambodia surged ahead. So seeing that kind of tussle happening in real time has been very gratifying, and we're just so grateful for the wonderful questions and engagement that we're getting from all of our teams.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And that kind of spoke to my second question as well. I was going to ask how both of you thought the competition was progressing. Robert, maybe if you have anything to add to that.
I mean, one of the things that I think was, I guess that I found impressive was the application of the legal authority, the inquisitiveness of the contenders to ask those questions, especially if you're from a different country and we're working under the U.S. Penal Code, right? If I was on the other end of that, I would find that incredibly difficult. So I was incredibly encouraged by that, by the engagement of the teams with the case managers.
Wonderful. All right. Well, with that, that's just about wraps up our questions. I think we're going to move into our lunch break here. We've got a 1 hour break, and then we'll be back at 1 p.m. Eastern time with even more White Hat Conference content. So
Thank you.
Thanks all for joining us. Yeah. Welcome back, everybody. I hope everyone had a good lunch break. We are going to move into our next session here. During this session, we will be discussing the challenges and best practices in cybercrime investigations with speakers from Europol, Nicole van der Meulen, and Interpol, Pei-Ling Lee. And the discussion will be led by our discussant, Dr. Hannah Ray Lee. Dr. Catherine Markham will be the moderator during this discussion and will introduce our speakers. And Dr. Markham, you can take it away.
Thank you, Andrew. Welcome, everyone, to the panel. We're extremely excited for these two speakers. I'd like to give a brief introduction for each of our speakers, and then I will let them take the floor. First, Ms. Pei-Ling Lee joined Interpol's Cybercrime Directorate in September 2020 and is currently responsible for leading, managing, and coordinating activities in relation to cyber strategy and outreach, including public-private partnerships, as well as capacity building to enhance the capabilities of Interpol's 194 member countries to prevent, detect, and investigate cybercrime. Pei-Ling is a seconded officer from the Singapore Police Force, where her policing career started in 2006. There, she held the post of Head Technology Policy Branch in the Singapore Police Force Cybercrime Command from 2018 to 2020, leading a team comprising uniformed and civilian officers to oversee the Singapore Police Force's efforts to combat cybercrime in the areas of policy, prevention, liaison training, research, and development. Prior to this, she worked in numerous divisions of the Cyber Criminal Investigation Department, for Singapore Police Force's Staff Authority for Investigation, where she was responsible for areas such as research, strategic planning, organizational development, as well as operation and contingency planning. Our second speaker, Dr. Nicole S. Vandermeulen, studied political science with a focus on international relations and comparative politics at the University of Maryland, Baltimore County, where she graduated in 2005 with a Bachelor of Arts cum laude, and VU University, Amsterdam, with the Master of Science 2006 cum laude. In 2010, she obtained her PhD with a doctoral dissertation on digital finance identity theft at the Law Faculty of Tilburg University in the Netherlands. Afterwards, she worked as a cybersecurity advisor at GovCert NL, the predecessor to the Dutch National Cybersecurity Center, where she was co-responsible for the development of the first cybersecurity threat assessment of the Netherlands. She also held posts as an assistant professor at the Department of Transnational Legal Studies at VU University in Amsterdam, as an analyst as the Defense and Security Team at RAND Europe in Cambridge, UK. Before coming to the European Cybercrime Center at Europol, she was an advisor of security affairs at the Dutch Banking Association. She is currently a senior strategic analyst at EC3 and head of the policy and development team. And I'm very pleased to introduce our first speaker, Ms. Pei-Ling Lee.
Hi, I hope that everyone can hear me properly. Thank you for having me today at this very established conference so that we can share what Interpol has been doing on our end as part of our global cybercrime program to help to reduce the impact of cybercrime and to protect communities for a safer world. All right. So next slide. How do I move to the next part? I can move on my end, right? Okay. All right. So under the mandate of reducing the global impact of cybercrime and protecting communities for a safer world, our Interpol Cybercrime Directorate develops and leads the global law enforcement response to reduce the cybercrime threats that pose the highest risk and the most harm to communities. Now, the Interpol Cybercrime Directorate delivers policing capabilities to all member countries under the Global Cybercrime Program. This comprises 3 core pillars, namely cybercrime threat response, cybercrime operations, and cyber capability development. In line with Interpol's vision, our mandate is to reduce the global impact of cybercrime and protect communities for a safer world. Our objectives, which are closely aligned with the strategic goals under the Interpol Strategic Framework for 2022 to 2025 are, firstly, to develop a better understanding of the cybercrime threat landscape and to enhance information sharing, data management, and intelligence analysis to be agile and responsive. Secondly, to lead and coordinate transnational operational activities with member countries in tackling cyber threats that cause significant harm on a national, regional, and global scale. Thirdly, to strengthen the cyber strategy and capabilities of member countries to enable them to effectively prevent, detect, investigate, and disrupt cybercrime. And lastly, to be proactive and inclusive to cultivate diverse partnerships in the global ecosystem of cybersecurity to enrich our resources, skills, and knowledge as well as technical capabilities. Now, this diagram depicts the structure of the Interpol Cybercrime Directorate, which supports the 3 core pillars of the Global Cybercrime Program. Firstly, under the Cybercrime Operations Subdirectorate, we work in close cooperation with member countries, private and public partners, as well as National Computer Emergency Response Team or CERT communities. So this subdirectorate leads the global coordination of national and regional operations targeted against cybercrime threat actors and groups undertaking criminal activities online. Reflecting the unique challenges and needs within the 5 regions, namely Africa, the Americas, Asia, Europe, as well as the Middle East and North Africa, This subdirectorate provides tailored operational support to help member countries prevent, detect, and investigate cybercrime. The second subdirectorate is the Cyber Strategy and Capabilities Development Subdirectorate, which supports member countries by developing cyber skills, knowledge, and technical capabilities that are customized to their needs in line with Interpol standards. So, in collaboration with our stakeholders, this team plans, develops, and delivers cyber capability and capacity building projects and programs, as well as tools and platforms to enhance member countries' ability to tackle cybercrime globally. The third subdirectorate deals with cybercrime threat response. This team identifies, triages, and coordinates a global response to cyber threats in a targeted and focused manner, leveraging on our private partners' expertise and cybercrime data. We focus on intelligence, development of identified threats to design disruption and prevention strategies that mitigate the high risk and high impact cyber threats. We also aim to provide quality advice and guidance as to the current intelligence and possible opportunities to conduct cybercrime operations. So as you can see at the bottom of the screen, we oversee several projects that help to augment our capabilities to fight cybercrime. So for instance, I would like to highlight the Cyber Foundation project, which has evolved to accommodate two delivery tracks, namely to provide data analysis solutions as well as some cyber capabilities by providing complementary technological tools to support the communications and intelligence data sharing among our member countries. So this I will elaborate a bit slightly towards the end of my presentation. So as I mentioned, as we can see, as part of the global cybercrime trends, we can see that globally the number of internet users has increased very steadily to now about over 4.57 billion people as per 2020. And we also can see the various impact to the global security architecture of cybercrime, whereby a single malware attack in 2018 have cost more than 2.6 million. And as of June 2020, Interpol has identified more than 200,000 malicious domains. And as we can see from global research, the estimate is that cybercrime would cost the world about $6 trillion annually by this year, and that the number of Internet of Things devices will reach about 75.44 billion worldwide by 2025. So in this context, law enforcement is facing numerous challenges at the national, regional, and global levels in tackling cybercrime. Some examples of challenges will include the differences in legal frameworks, cross-border investigations, lack of technical capabilities and capacity to deal with cybercrime, and some of our member countries also face challenges working with industry partners and dealing with digital evidence. So to support our member countries to overcome these challenges, our global cybercrime program focuses, as I mentioned earlier, on the three core pillars of cybercrime threat response, cybercrime operations, and cyber capabilities development. And we are already working towards enhancing our public-private partnerships through Interpol's Project Gateway. So at the 88th Interpol General Assembly, held in October 2019 in Santiago, Chile, member countries have adopted a resolution endorsing Project Gateway, which is essentially a framework that allows Interpol to have data sharing agreements with private sector companies to enrich our information and resources for the purpose of conducting cybercrime analysis. So currently, we have 13 partners who provide valuable data and information related to cybercrime, and these 13 partners are what you see on the screen right now. So we firmly believe that the adoption of Project Gateway will create a momentum for Interpol to expand, enhance, and diversify our partnerships to receive more information and data. To protect our growing digital economies, a new generation of public-private partnerships is really needed to address cyber threats. And we need to build partnerships based on the shared principles of protecting all communities from cybercrime. This can be achieved by working closely with various actors existing in the global ecosystem of cybersecurity. So apart from private companies, we look to work closely with national certs, other international organizations, non-government organizations and civil societies, of course, the academia and the global law enforcement community at large. So earlier, I mentioned that under the Global Cybercrime Program, we have a few projects that looks at enhancing our capabilities as well as our member countries' capabilities to combat cybercrime. So I'd like to zoom in on some of the initiatives undertaken by these projects by introducing our cybercrime collaborative and analysis capabilities and services. So as you can see here, there are three, should I say, platforms that we have built to allow us to assist member countries in areas like knowledge exchange, in terms of coordinating operation and for data analysis. So firstly, we have launched the Cybercrime Knowledge Exchange, which is currently hosted on the Interpol Global Knowledge Hub. And this was launched with initial access for Interpol and our national central bureaus to exchange important but non-operational information on cybercrime with our peers around the world. Currently, with the official launch, this Cybercrime Knowledge Exchange is also open to police, governments, international organizations, private sector partners, and expert groups. So we do invite the community at large dealing with cybercrime to join this cybercrime knowledge exchange. If you are keen to be part of this knowledge exchange platform, please contact your country's national central bureau who will guide you through the onboarding process. So this platform allows real-time communication to discuss latest cybercrime trends, prevention strategies, detection technologies, and investigation techniques with our authorized colleagues. So with this, we hope to foster an international network of cybersecurity experts who are all working towards the goal of reducing the global impact of cybercrime. So this exchange platform is hosted in our secure cloud, and we employ advanced encryption technologies to allow users several ways to connect and exchange information through open forums, through a wiki-like encyclopedia where we can search, update, or create entries on relevant topics. And there's also an activity stream that's similar to your social media feeds to show you all your activity and discussions at a glance. So moving on, we also have launched a cybercrime collaborative platform for operation. This is really for the purpose of sharing cybercrime intelligence, police data, and collaborating in real time with our partners in cybercrime operations. So this collaborative platform allows us to host multiple independent workspaces, and it is a restricted access platform, which enables operational stakeholders to share intelligence in an interactive and secure environment, which enhance our operational efficiency and effectiveness. So this allows the participating member countries as well as the relevant stakeholders to see the bigger picture of cyber threats and trends, and therefore they can better focus their operational resources and avoid duplication of effort. So because of the more sensitive nature of information exchange on the cybercrime collaborative platform for operation, so this platform is of restricted access, and we have only vetted platform members from our national central bureaus and law enforcement authorities as well as international regional organizations and private partners that we have cooperation agreements with, so as to allow a very robust environment to share intelligence, which will then enhance our operational efforts. Lastly, the links, which is essentially a cyber fusion platform, is currently in the final stages of development. And this is essentially a portfolio of tools that allows us to mine, map, and research aggregated large data sets that is contributed by our law enforcement counterparts, as well as the other possible sources of police data or intelligence in the future. So now all these three tools are not directly linked to each other, while they are able to work independently in the areas of knowledge exchange, operational sharing of data and intelligence, as well as data analysis. But within the workflow of the Cybercrime Directorate, both the collaborative and analysis platforms can work as a full ecosystem whereby actions and activities can be interrelated. So through this ecosystem that we're trying to build up by providing collaborative and analysis capabilities, we hope to support our member countries in the informal sharing of knowledge, as well as secure sharing of intelligence, coupled with the enrichment of cybercrime intelligence, so as to assist them to better fight the global scourge of cybercrime. And with that, I've come to the end of my succinct presentation of what Interpol is embarking on. Of course, I welcome any further questions that you may have at the end of this particular session. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Buenas tardes. My name is Nicole van der Meulen. I'm head of the policy and development team at the European Cybercrime Center at Europol. And what I'd like to do in the next 15 minutes is to give you a very brief overview of what we do at EC3, how that connects to the broader field of cybercrime, and also to perhaps invite you to take a look at our website and to read further on into our publications and our activities, because we have a very limited time now. So first things first, for those who may not be familiar with Europol, Europol is an EU agency, so we have colleagues from all over the EU working for us and with us, but we also have a very large network of liaison officers that go beyond the EU. So we have both operational agreements with partner countries such as the US, Australia, Canada, Colombia, and we also have strategic agreements. And the main difference there is that for the countries we have operational agreements with, we are able to share operational case data and actually coordinate investigations that include those countries. So we do not actually have any investigative powers ourselves. Our function is purely focused on cross-border criminal activities, including cybercrime, but also other forms of serious and organized crimes, as well as terrorism. And the purpose there is, since it is focused on cross-border crime, there is obviously a need for coordination and an ability to facilitate cooperation. So that is where Europol comes in. And then specifically the European Cybercrime Center. So we've been in existence since 2013, and we've grown since then largely. We've basically split up into operations, and people in operations are doing the core business in a way in terms of supporting investigations conducted by member states and partner countries. And then we have the document and digital forensics unit, which really supports investigations beyond cybercrime. It supports any investigation where there is a necessity for document forensics. This is mainly focused on, for example, identification documentation such as passports, but also when it comes to, for example, counterfeit money. The digital forensics is really crucial in terms of being able to access data on seized devices. So a lot of times they are involved in being able to facilitate access to encrypted data. And that can be in a case of cybercrime, but it can also be in other forms of crime. It's even been connected, for example, to murders. They've played a crucial role in a number of high-level investigations there. And then there's expertise in stakeholder management, which I'm a part of. And our function is a lot more strategic. So we are focused outward. We do a lot with partners, especially partners from the private sector. But we also really engage in strategic analysis in terms of how is the threat landscape evolving and how can we represent the voice of law enforcement, especially at the EU level, by trying to identify the challenges that we face in terms of conducting these investigations and what legal possibilities are there. So in terms of what policies are in existence that are basically preventing us to move on. But to come back to operations, I just want to sort of shortly summarize what areas we focus on when it comes to cybercrime. So obviously we have the distinction between cyber-dependent crime and cyber-enabled crime. AP Cyborg is a team that is very much focused on cyber-dependent crime. So that mainly includes ransomware, other forms of malware, distributed denial of service attacks. AP Terminal is focused on non-cash payment fraud. So a lot of what they have to deal with contains social engineering, credit card fraud, but then digital credit card fraud. But they also focus on cases of jackpotting. So on being able to gain access to the money of an ATM through logical attacks. So purely by attacking the information system of an ATM. AP Twins is focused on the online distribution and production of child sexual abuse material. And then we have some horizontal teams. So the dark web really supports many different forms of crime. The idea there is that we have colleagues that purely focus on what's happening in the dark web. So they're obviously also connected to colleagues that focus on drugs, that focus on migrant smuggling, weapons, because everything is available on the dark web. And then we have cyber intelligence, which also really tries to support all other teams in their investigations. Then we also have a very dedicated team, the Joint Cybercrime Action Task Force. I'll move on to that one and then I'll come back. So this is really a dedicated task force, and it contains all of these countries that you see in the picture, so many different agencies, and we have liaison officers from all of these countries in this task force. So they're with us physically, they're even in the same office, and they're also joined by people from EC3. And the idea there is that we can really identify what cases to prioritize and to focus on and how they connect to these different countries, because that's the whole point of really moving forward. It's by drawing connections between different incidents in different countries. It could be that a suspect is in one country, a victim in another, and the server in a third country. How can we bring all of that together in order to actually conduct an investigation? So we have the law enforcement colleagues from all these different countries, but we obviously need other partners and we cooperate with other partners. We do this also when it comes to agencies. So the EU clearly has other agencies, including ENISA, which is the Network and Information Security Agency. We have the European Defense Agency. All these agencies also focus on the broader topic, I would say, of cybersecurity. But in the program board, for example, we also welcome colleagues from Interpol. So the idea there is that we come together, we share what activities we're working on, and we try to focus on how we can deconflict and better coordinate what we are doing. So even though we have a different agenda, we do share a common interest. And the purpose of coming together is therefore to see how we can do that most effectively and most efficiently. These are the private partners. We have 3 advisory groups, what we call them: communication providers, financial services, and internet security. What we basically try to do there is work with them on a strategic level, but they're also often involved in our operations, as you'll see a bit later on. So just a final note on the JCAT in terms of what outcomes this has brought about. They've supported, as you can see here, 79 high-profile operations. And that is really like many of the operations that you see made public. So through our press releases, a lot of times they've been supported by the JCAT. I just wanted to mention a few operational examples for you to get a bit of a better feel of what is Europol involved with. This is a very recent example. So Sky ECC was a provider of encrypted devices. And what is very specific about Sky ECC and last year about EncroChat is that they catered almost non-exclusively to criminals. So obviously, if you're familiar with the field of cybercrime and the abuse of legitimate services, you know that encryption is being abused by many criminals in order to avoid detection, in order to avoid access to evidence. But since encryption is a fundamental part of cybersecurity, it makes it very difficult to see how can we possibly do anything about that from a law enforcement perspective, because we also really value it and we understand the importance of it. So what we especially try to do in this scenario is to focus on service providers that we encounter during other investigations. So this is not just cybercrime. Basically, law enforcement encountered criminals using Sky ECC, EncroChat in many other investigations. Like I said, it can be other forms of serious and organized crime, such as drugs, weapons, murder. So then it becomes a focus of a broader investigation, and we actually try to see what can we do about the provider itself, but also how can we gain access to the encrypted devices, so to the provider, in order to actually gain access to the criminal communication, which will then help to support subsequent investigations. So this is really a double approach. And on the one hand, you want to take away a valuable tool from the criminals, but on the other hand, you want to see how you can gain access to crucial information and intelligence in order to really start many other investigations, what we would call spin-off cases. So Sky ECC came after EncroChat, really access to a lot of intelligence. And basically what happens is, since there's multiple countries involved, obviously Europol is there to coordinate and facilitate, as well as Eurojust, which is our legal EU agency. Another really big case this year was Emotet. So Emotet is actually a type of malware that was probably the most sophisticated and the most prominent, and was a spin-off that had already sort of a spin-off of a banking Trojan from 2014, just to give you an idea of how long it was going on. But we managed to take down the Emotet botnet at the start of this year. So the idea really is to say, okay, what big fish are there and what impact can we make? Here are some statistics in terms of what we took down: over 500 servers. What was also really important about this case, I would say, is the cooperation between law enforcement and the CERT, so the computer emergency response teams, because it's one thing to take it down and to try to basically destruct the infrastructure of the criminal network, and then subsequently to try to identify the perpetrators and arrest them. The other element, of course, focuses more on security and victim remediation. And that's really why we try to cooperate with computer emergency response teams, in order to ensure we also actually are able to sanitize in a way the victims, and also to make them aware and to prevent further fraud. In the area of non-cash payment fraud, we have what we would call a recurring action. So some of the previous examples I mentioned, Sky ECC, Emotet, those are very dedicated actions, take a lot of time to prepare. But we also have recurring actions to make sure we can make a more structural impact in a way. One of those is against money mules. Money mules are obviously a fundamental part of a criminal operation, because you don't want the money to be traced. So what we do is we have a dedicated week, sometimes a bit longer, every year. We've been doing this since 2016. As you can see, a lot of countries are involved, but we also involve the banks and other financial institutions. So that really comes together in order to identify money mules, to interview them, to arrest them, and to really stop fraudulent transactions from taking place. In the area of the dark web, once again, one of the main focuses is on takedowns, so takedown of dark web marketplaces. But at the same time, it's also about gathering intelligence before you do that takedown. So intelligence about vendors, such as suppliers, but also about buyers, to see what perpetrators can we actually identify. So we go beyond destructing the infrastructure. We also obviously try to identify and arrest perpetrators. What we did several years ago, which really made an impact, was that the Dutch police was actually able to get control over the Hansa marketplace. This was about 4 or 5 years ago. And in that way, they continued the operation. So they were pretending to be the criminal, but that's how they managed to get a lot of intelligence and then subsequently identify vendors and go after them. Then in terms of CSE, we really try to obviously identify perpetrators, but we also have a dedicated task force every year in order to identify victims in the actual material that we come across. And the reason for that is we really try to identify them in order to safeguard them from further harm. We have been able to safeguard for 411 victims, but what's also really happened is that we've developed another initiative for those victims that we were not able to identify at all. We basically ran out of leads. So what we do is we identify objects in the photos. We of course take away all the personal details, and then we post them online in hopes that people will help us. So it can be a t-shirt, but it can also be a location like a hotel room, and then we put it on Twitter, and then people can say, actually that hotel room is in country X, and then we can then continue the investigation. And that has really helped us. I'll just briefly end now because I'm going over time. I really welcome you to take a look at the IOCTA on the Europol website. This is our flagship document and contains our view of the threat landscape that is publicly available. And I also welcome you to take a look at our awareness campaigns that are also on our website, where we really try to make people aware of how to be safer. And this will really be my final note. One of our most successful prevention and awareness campaigns has been No More Ransom. If you ever fall victim to ransomware, please visit it, but also visit it before for handy tips how to avoid falling victim. But the idea of No More Ransom is twofold: to make people aware, so in the area of prevention and awareness, but also to really offer them decryption tools if they fall victim to ransomware. So the victim remediation has been extremely successful. And on that note, thank you very much. My apologies for overrunning by a minute. Look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Center for CRIC, for the opportunity to be the discussant for this session during the 2021 Whitehead Conference. Prior to start the discussion session, I would like to thank both Pei-Ling and Nicole for the great presentations. To help better understand both agencies' efforts, I would like to ask questions to Pei-Ling first, then Nicole. If we have enough time at the end, we will open the discussion to the public. Pei-Ling, thank you for providing the blueprint for the Interpol strategic framework for the next 3 years. For our audiences who want to know more about the recent cases that Interpol successfully led and reinforced, can you provide an example of recent transnational operational activities demonstrating the importance of coordinating different parts of global ecosystems of cybersecurity? If possible, it would be great if you can provide an example that Interpol identified as areas requiring enhanced cooperation, such as corruption and the financial crimes, cyber and cyber-enabled crimes, and environmental security.
Thank you very much for the question. I see that there are two parts to the question that you have just posed me. The first one about recent cases that Interpol has successfully led and reinforced. One recent example that came to mind and is quite reported in the public domain is Operation Falcon. So this is an Interpol operation against organized crime group responsible for distributing malware and carrying out phishing campaigns and extensive business email compromise scams. So this has been a year-long investigation which is still ongoing, whereby the Interpol Cybercrime Directorate worked together with our Financial Crime Unit, which is under the Organized and Emerging Crime Directorate. So both these units, we have worked closely with our private partners, Group IB, as well as the Nigerian Police Force via the National Central Bureau to take swift action against the perpetrators. So I just like to highlight that the participation of Group IB as a private partner came under the ambit of Project Gateway, which I've shared earlier, the framework that allows us to cooperate with private partners and receive threat data. So following this joint cybercrime investigation, there were 3 suspects who were arrested in Lagos, Nigeria in late 2020. So these 3 suspects were alleged to have developed phishing campaigns by having phishing links, domains, and mass mailing campaigns whereby they impersonated representatives of organizations under the guise of purchasing orders, product inquiries, and even providing COVID-19 aid by impersonating legitimate companies. They then use these campaigns to disseminate 23 different malware programs, spyware, and remote access tools. So these were then used to infiltrate and monitor the systems of the victim organizations as well as individuals before they launch various campaigns and to siphon away funds from all these victims. So as I mentioned, investigation is still ongoing, but as we understand, this gang is believed to have compromised government and private sector companies in more than 150 countries since 2017. And while investigation is still ongoing, we believe that we have identified more than 50,000 victims so far. So this is a really prominent and successful example of how Interpol works with our law enforcement agencies in our member countries as well as the private sector to launch a successful operation against cybercrime. So if I remember correctly, the second part of your question is about an area that we feel requires enhanced cooperation, Financial Crime Task Force. So as a start, we will comprise a small number of countries such as Singapore, the United States, the UK, and Ireland. So this task force will be looking at illicit money flows in transnational financial crime, such as cyber-enabled fraud and money laundering schemes. So for a start, we will cover 3 priority areas, such as schemes or scams that defraud the national financial aid relating to COVID-19. We also look at cyber criminals that exploit communities by distributing fake or counterfeit COVID-19 vaccines, or to dupe these victims to give charitable donations. And lastly, another area of focus is also on BEC campaigns. So we hope to create a global anti-scam network to link the various operational units in law enforcement to share intelligence as well as to coordinate operations to deal with financial crime and cyber-enabled crime.
What a great examples. I look forward to hearing many more success stories from the Global Financial Crime Task Force at Interpol. Now, I would like to ask a question to Nicole. First of all, thank you, Nicole, for sharing the great examples of the European Cybercrime Center. Online child exploitation is a crucial area requiring not just EU member states, but also all other countries' attention. According to the United Nations, however, online child sexual exploitation is a complicated area because there's no agreed upon definitions of the term child and sexual exploitation. Besides, not all states have laws that make the act a crime. Fortunately, however, your presentation demonstrated that European Cybercrime Center has been successfully combating several online child exploitation cases. Can you demonstrate how the agency addresses such legal issues while investigating? Also, please explain other possible challenges the agency experienced and ways to solve the problem.
All right, definitely. Yeah. So I actually specifically took this question to my colleagues, and we don't have so many problems in terms of definitions. Obviously, at the EU level, there's been a directive in place which focuses on the combating of sexual exploitation and sexual abuse of children. And in that directive, it's very clearly stated that a child is any person below the age of 18 years. And it also really outlines what we consider to be child sexual abuse material. Unfortunately, the directive itself still uses the concept of child pornography, which we do not, and that still has to be changed. And all the countries that we cooperate with have comparable law. So in that sense, we do not have challenges in that area. Our biggest challenge remains being able to gain access to information, but also being able to process that information. So we receive a lot of referrals, for example, through the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, and they receive these referrals from online service providers where they have flagged either by a user or by themselves illicit material, so material that could be child sexual abuse material. And we receive those referrals from many of the member states at Europol, and then we subsequently pass these on to the member states, and we help them to figure out whether it actually pertains to child sexual abuse material, and then to start an investigation. However, because of legislative developments in the EU, it's no longer possible, or at least for a while, it was no longer possible for providers to pass on these referrals. So we are in a constant battle between being able to receive those referrals, and on the one hand, and on the other hand, there are many privacy concerns that also goes to the move from several providers and social media companies to implement end-to-end encryption. And if end-to-end encryption is implemented, obviously they will no longer be able to see what material is being passed between users. So they'll no longer be able to flag if it is child sexual abuse material, and won't be able to pass on that referral to us. So encryption is really, or end-to-end encryption when it comes to providers, is really one of our biggest challenges. We try to address this, and we try to obviously maintain dialogues that take into consideration the different interests, but it is a very challenging area.
Thank you, Nicole. The information you provided about the legal issues are very informative. I will definitely going to use it in my classes. Since we have 5 minutes, I would like to open the discussion to the public, and the public already sent us a lot of really good examples, good questions. Among them, I will gonna be like specifically asking the one particular question which can you both of you can answer. So one of the audience was asking, how can we as academics assist and collaborate with Interpol and Europol? Does any one of you want to go first?
Maybe I can go first. As I mentioned earlier in my presentation, the developing of capabilities is an important area to us, such that we dedicated a whole subdirectorate to look into this area. And this is currently the area that is under my charge as well, as acting assistant director in charge of the subdirectorate. So we are constantly on the lookout of possible collaboration opportunities with external entities. So of course, that is not restricted to just private sector companies. We also look out for good opportunities to work with academia, and which we have in various areas, including conducting capacity building activities. Like we have conducted training together, for instance, with the Korean National Police University, for instance, to conduct capacity building for our member countries. We also collaborate with them for perhaps areas of research. If it is possible for all these academic institutions to develop possible solutions to various challenges that are being faced by member countries, we also welcome such collaboration opportunities as well. Even in the area of digital forensics, this is not an area that's directly under the purview of the Cybercrime Directorate, but the Interpol has an innovation centers that look into emerging areas or emerging technologies, which may include darknet, AI, cryptocurrencies, etc. So Interpol as a whole, we are definitely on the active lookout to have a collaboration with the academic community.
Nicole, do you want to add?
Sure, yeah. I guess it's a bit different for us. We have a very formal cooperation in the sense that within the EU, obviously, we have a lot of calls for research. So we are actually engaged with a number of academic institutions and other partners under what we call Horizon 2020, which are funding schemes that come from the EU, where we really try to work on sort of long-term challenges. A lot of that has to do, for example, with artificial intelligence. How do we manage big data, machine learning? So they're formal partners because they're co-applicants basically. So we're always open to being approached, and then we do, for example, it could also be that an institution is leading its own proposal together with partners. Then sometimes they approach us either as a partner or to issue a letter of support saying we deem the research proposal valuable. And then, of course, we have quite an elaborate assessment process in order to decide whether we're going to get involved and how, and that is quite formal. Within the EC3, we actually have, it's dormant at the moment, but we have an academic advisory group, which will need to be revived. And my main idea there is that we don't really have funding, of course, for academics, but it's to stay in touch, really to have people who are willing to be in touch with us in terms of what is the latest research in various areas, but at the same time that we could potentially help them in terms of identifying relevant research questions or things of that nature. That's mainly, I would say, our focus. Sometimes we have ad hoc cooperation also in the area of training, for example, as was already mentioned, we developed, like, for example, a serious game on cryptocurrency training with an academic institution. So there's also ad hoc possibilities. The main thing, though, is that we don't have any money, for example, to fund research. I think that's something that always needs to be mentioned.
Okay.
If Hannah, I'll just like to add on as well. Under the Interpol Cybercrime Directorate, we do have a Interpol Global Cybercrime Expert Group, which looks into 3 areas, mainly investigation, research is one area, capacity building is another area. So we have these 3 subgroups, whereby this group is actually a collective that allows us to reach out to the external sectors, which includes academia, whereby we can then share best practices and contribute in these different areas. This is should I say by application only kind of group. So if our friends from the academic community are interested to join this collective, please feel free to engage us so that we can then give you more information on how we can onboard you onto this group.
Thank you very much. I would like to open further discussion to the public, but I do not think we can extend discussion since we are under strict time restriction. If you have any questions for the presenters, please contact the presenter via their contact information they provided during the presentation. Again, I would like to thank both of you for sharing such a valuable session. I'm pretty sure everyone, especially practitioners, scholars, and students, will appreciate the information you provided today.
Sorry, I had to take myself off mute. Thank you to everyone who attended. We hope you really enjoyed this panel, and we look forward to seeing you at the rest of the White Hat Conference. And I believe we have a few minutes of break until our next panel.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to session 2 here at the 2nd Annual White Hat International Conference. During this session, we're going to be discussing the cybercrime challenges and solutions in the private sector with speakers from GE Healthcare, Joseph Burgoyne, and SANS Institute, the SANS Institute, Benjamin Wright. And a discussion will be led by our discussant, Dr. Catalin Partee, and Dr. Sinchul Bak will be the moderator during this session and is about to introduce our speakers. Dr. Bak, if you'd like to take it away.
Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to this important topic and exciting discussion about cybercrime challenges and solutions in private sectors. My name is Sinchul Bak. I'm the Assistant Professor and Director of Cybercrime and Homeland Security Programs at the University of Scranton in Pennsylvania. I'm the Vice Chair of the Cybercrime Division at the American Society of Criminology and board members for the Center for CIC as well. I'll be your moderator this session. It is my great honor and pleasure to welcome you here today. So recently, cybersecurity has evolved into critical topic and the core business concern. So what is the role of the private sector? In response to this question, two panelists bring their expertise to address this important topic. In this regard, we are going to talk about 30 minutes, and then we will spend the last 15 minutes for the discussion session. Now I will introduce our panelists. First, we have Joseph Burgoyne, is a Senior Director of Cybersecurity at GE Healthcare, where he is responsible for the vulnerability management, policy framework, and programs for the medical devices and solutions. Joe also served as Cybersecurity Vice Chair of the Medical Imaging Technology Alliances and worked closely with several government industry organizations. With over 24 years cybersecurity experience, Joe has built a successful career by collaborating with business stakeholders, establishing security programs, and applying practical solutions to complex issues to reduce risk. He is also a lecturer at the Boston University's Metropolitan College. Next, we have Mr. Benjamin Wright. He is a practicing attorney based in Texas, focusing on technology law. He served as a senior instructor at the SANS Institution for the Data Security Law Investigation courses. Since 2003, Ben has taught thousands of the students around the world. And he advises SANS Cybersecurity Awareness Program is a product that covers compliance issues such as GDPR, privacy, and criminal justice. He advises clients domestically and internationally on the privacy, electronic commerce, and the data security law. From now on, we will do all panelists' presentation together without break, and then we will have a discussion. Okay, so I'm going to turn it over, Mr. Joseph. Over to you, Joe.
Hi, this is Joe Burgoyne, and it's my pleasure to present on healthcare security, predicting future needs by retrospective analysis. So just to be clear, the view statement, observations, and opinion expressed in my presentation are my own, and they do not necessarily represent those of GE Healthcare, Boston University, or any specific industry group. Thank you. So I started in security back in the 1990s, and it was a different time back then. Certainly a different types of threats, different attackers. The attackers back in the 90s and early 2000s weren't as sophisticated as they are today. In general, security perimeters were defined. We spent a lot of time looking at firewalls, firewall configurations, DMZs, checking our e-commerce applications, being sure they're safe from internet attack, looking at outside penetration from the internet into our corporate network. Again, a very well-defined and structured network. A lot of time spent on group policies within the domain, making sure they were set properly. IT services were in-house. Security was staffed moderately, depending upon the industry and industry sector. Backups and offsite storage were done through physical media for the most part. Endpoint protection wasn't very mature. It was difficult to manage back in the late 1990s, early 2000s. It was hard to manage from an enterprise standpoint, and making sure that endpoints get the required updates, being able to see what was happening and get those metrics and get that visibility back to central consoles. And user training, although always important, wasn't at all what it is today. The security focus was on the technology used and on the network, because that was where attacks were coming in. The amount of social engineering that we see today just wasn't happening back in the 90s and early 2000s. So to sum it up, the network infrastructure, relatively simple. Adversarial skill level, again, in general, because there are certainly some very talented people for in that time period. But the average, low to medium, and the risk in general is probably low to medium. Then we look at today, and we see an entirely different playing field, where nation state attackers, organized crime, the methods are changing, the attacks are changing, and what's happening now is attacks aren't just for the sake of, hey, I could change a web page, or getting a message out about a group, or bragging rights. It's really about financial gain and just disruption of national infrastructure. Ransomware and extortion demands are increasing. We've seen an increase in ransomware over the last couple of years, and that ransomware and extortion, those demands are potentially funding illegal activities and maybe even terror organizations. Our network is non-traditional by past standards. We have many different ways into the network now. We have bring your own device. We have all kinds of connections to third-party supplier, cloud providers, infrastructure as a service, application as a service, or software as a service rather. There's a lot. There's many more third-party connections happening now, and outsourcing happening within our networks. Segmentation is helping a lot, helping organizations to ensure, at least in the event of ransomware, that they can contain malware attacks. A lot of the processes we have today can be automated, which is great. Anything that can be automated saves time, saves resources, and gives us much better and consistent results in the end. Endpoint protection, along with other tools that are available to monitor security activities across the enterprise, are highly developed and in a mature state. And the user training and awareness programs are absolutely phenomenal these days, because it's so important that the end user understands what an attack looks like, and understands that he or she could be targeted to either run some malicious software or click on a malicious link. They can be tricked into doing something that ends up with a malicious action against their organization. So when we look at it, we see that the network infrastructure is really complex now. The adversarial skill level is high. Very talented hackers out there today, and the risk level is high. The stakes have never been higher. So when we talk about the threat landscape, it's really about knowing what our current threats are, and threats change over time. There are great resources out there. ENISA is one of them, where you can look at the trends from year to year to really plan not only for the current year but for future years. And you can see things as they change, whether they're staying the same, increasing or decreasing. And it's a great resource to look at information sources like that, so that we can better predict, what is going to be what's going to be the threat that we're going to be facing tomorrow. Because that plan, that future action, we have to start planning for today. So as we talk about healthcare cybersecurity, there are some common acronyms used within the industry. And the most common, especially within cybersecurity, the first two. When we mention HDO, that stands for Health Delivery Organization, and MDM for Medical Device Manufacturer. We people in security love acronyms. So the challenges, there's lots of challenges facing the healthcare sector today. Internal networks are complex. They can have thousands of devices, medical devices connected to their network from many different suppliers, each with different security designs and security mitigations built in. They can vary in age greatly. The operational life of a medical device can far exceed the supported life cycle from the manufacturer, or for that matter, far exceed the supported life cycle of the operating systems used within those devices. So OS support and software support becomes an issue over time with what we call legacy devices. And patching medical devices can also be a challenge, because before a patch or any kind of a software update can be applied to a medical device, we have to make sure that that patch doesn't affect the performance in any kind of a negative way. If it has a significant impact on performance, or does something else that impacts functionality, it could impact patient safety. So in most cases, before any patch can be released, generally speaking, the medical device manufacturer has to go through some pretty rigorous testing just to make sure that the patch doesn't impact that device in any negative way. And for that reason, it almost guarantees that older medical devices and some medical devices in general will always lag behind other IT infrastructure when it comes to patches and getting patches applied. And when we look at organizations and HDOs, right, health delivery organizations, many smaller to medium-sized HDOs can be further hindered just by a lack of security resources needed to manage and maintain their infrastructure. So given the challenges, not having the staff and not having the resources and having a challenging network can certainly increase the risk to security and to the resiliency of networks when targeted by nation state and criminal organizations. So best practices. There are lots of really positive things happening in the industry today. First and foremost, these industry groups, which are comprised of health delivery organizations, medical device manufacturers, regulatory agencies, external security researchers, consultants, etc., have been working together and to identify best practices, produce white papers, and help define and establish standards throughout the healthcare sector. So both the medical device manufacturer and the health delivery organizations play an important role in the protection of medical devices and healthcare delivery. In 2019, we saw an updated MDS2 form, which was released, and that newly released version contained a vast number of cybersecurity questions, questions about security controls that have been applied within the device. It also includes software bill of material information, and asks for information about that to support software transparency. Other things that are happening in the industry too are most medical device manufacturers have some kind of a coordinated vulnerability disclosure program in place. So manufacturers are working with external researchers to identify vulnerabilities and disclose that information in a collaborative, responsible way, so that we can lessen the risk to health delivery organizations and their patients. So overall, as we look at the health healthcare sector in general. These industry groups are really helping to communicate best practices, identifying areas that need attention for one ultimate goal. And it's to support that healthcare environment so that we can all provide the best possible outcomes to those patients and do our part. So in conclusion, there is a community out there of organizations, regulatory bodies, health delivery organizations, manufacturers, with one common goal. And that common goal is for the continued care and treatment of patients. So executing best practices to secure networks and understanding the current threat landscape and how that's changing. Having backup strategies for our data in the event we are hit by ransomware, employing network segmentation and other network controls over critical endpoints to protect them from random network traffic. Those are all important considerations when we move forward to think about, how can I protect my network and my information, my patients going forward. So it's important to remember also that security is not a technology, it's a process. Transparency in what we do and trust, right? Understanding the designs that go into products, understanding the requirements they have when they're connected to a network is all important, right? And understanding, how can we connect these to a network? How can we keep these devices secure? How can we protect our overall network within HDOs? How can we better segment? How can we train end users? All of that comes together. So when I have, I guess, one last thing to mention, I'm living proof that healthcare security is critical to our survival. If not for the availability of a critical diagnostic imaging system, I wouldn't be here today. So I have my own story and my own reason why I'm so passionate about this subject. Deploying best practices and really making sure we have those baseline controls is so important in our organizations. Anyway, I'd like to thank all those that work so hard to improve security and the overall resilience to our organizations. And to Boston University and the staff within the Metropolitan College for the opportunity to speak today and also teach there. It's been a great opportunity. There's some industry groups listed here, and the last one is InfraGard. I've been a member of InfraGard for quite a long time. Great information sharing organization for those interested in industry groups specifically around healthcare. You can take a look at the list here. These groups are doing just fantastic things in working in unison with health delivery organizations, manufacturers, researchers, government regulators. And together we're making some huge improvements and really moving security ahead in the healthcare space. Thank you.
I am Ben Wright. I am a lawyer in Dallas, Texas, and I advise all kinds of organizations around the world on cyber law, which includes cybersecurity. I'm best known as an instructor at an organization called the SANS Institute. The SANS Institute trains cyber defenders on how to protect organizations from data breaches, which is a topic we will be discussing here. Most of the work at the SANS Institute is very technical cyber defense work. I teach a 5-day course called The Law of Data Security and Investigations, and therefore I help organizations and professionals understand how to comply with the law and how to get more of what you're looking for out of a legal interaction in cyberspace, whether you're interacting with someone that you're contracting with or you're interacting with someone like cyber criminals. And so the topic today is, how is it that private companies can manage or reduce the fines that are imposed on them as a result of cyber criminals hacking into these companies? And it's a challenge for organizations because breaches are very common all over the world. And there are regulations around the world that require private companies to secure data like personally identifiable information. And personally identifiable information can include patient data. It can include credit card data. Here in the United States, it can include social security numbers. And so leading regulations requiring companies to secure data include the General Data Protection Regulation out of Europe, also known as GDPR. Another well-known regulation is HIPAA here in the United States. It requires healthcare entities to protect patient data. So these laws say to private companies, you must secure the data. But we read in the headlines every day, private companies all over the world are being hacked. It's a very, very common experience that even sophisticated companies are hacked. And thus, there is this tension, this struggle about what to do about companies that aren't perfectly secure when regulations call for companies to be secure, and then companies suffer breaches. So regulators around the world impose fines on companies that are breached, but the question becomes, how big should the fine be, and what should the motivations be that are built into the imposition of those fines? And so the challenge is that from the point of view of private companies could say, okay, I could be perfectly secure and I won't be fined. However, nobody's perfectly secure. The government is not perfectly secure. Microsoft is not perfectly secure. The NSA is not perfectly secure. FireEye is not perfectly secure. Nobody is perfectly secure. So to expect perfect security is not realistic. So from the point of view of private companies who are just trying to run their business or their hospital or whatever their organization is, they ask, what steps can I take to show that I'm entitled to lower fines when I encounter this thing that is almost becoming inevitable, and that is a data security breach where hackers steal personally identifiable information. So on this topic, there's a very important case out of the United Kingdom from October 2020. The United Kingdom has adopted the General Data Protection Regulation, and the General Data Protection Regulation is, in my view, the leading data protection regulation around the world. It's having a influence beyond just Europe and the United Kingdom. So other countries outside of Europe are adopting components of GDPR, and California here in the United States has adopted components of GDPR. So when there is a major case under GDPR, I argue that major case can be very influential around the world for helping us to understand how to impose fines and how to understand fines against a company after it has had a data security breach. So the significant case in the UK was the British Airways data security breach. British Airways is a very large company. It's a very sophisticated company. And it suffered a data security breach by some very sophisticated criminals. These criminals really knew what they were doing. They were very patient. They had a lot of experience. They had a lot of resources to hack into British Airways. They succeeded in accessing a large number of credit cards. So the regulator in the UK is known as the Information Commissioner's Office, or ICO. ICO sees you've got a breach. And initially, ICO proposed a fine. And as ICO was thinking about the fine, ICO was thinking, you're a big company. You need to be punished. You need to have incentives to secure data. This was a big breach. Therefore, we're going to impose a big fine on you. So my interpretation of ICO at this point is that they were acting emotionally about the situation. And therefore, ICO proposed a very large fine of the equivalent of $230 million. And this is a very significant case because it is by far the largest proposed fine under GDPR. So as regulators and authorities and companies around the world are looking for guidance on what should the law say, what should the law do when there's a breach, this case is a very significant case to look to for guidance. So under the law, British Airways had the right to force the regulator to think very carefully about the imposition of the fine. British Airways cited some guidelines that are applicable under GDPR when a regulator intends to impose a fine. The title of the guidelines are the guidelines on the application and setting of administrative fines for the purposes of regulation. And so British Airways said, hey, regulator, ICO, you're required under these guidelines to evaluate everything that happened in connection with this breach and impose fines in a logical, balanced, justified way. And the guidelines point out that when the regulator imposes a fine, the regulator should, yes, punish bad action on the part of the private company, but the regulator should also reward good efforts by the a company that had suffered a breach or had violated GDPR. So in effect, British Airways said, you're not thinking carefully enough about my good efforts, about the good things that I did. And I can require you now to write a very long 140-page report analyzing all of the facts of the case and analyzing not only the bad things that I did that allowed the hackers to steal the data, but also the good things that I did for which I should be rewarded. So ICO wrote a very detailed, very thoughtful, unemotional 140-page report analyzing all of the facts around this case and decided to reduce the fine by 90%. Now, this is a massive reduction of the fine. It's a very significant development, and it teaches us a lot. So ICO reduced the fine from a proposed $230 million down to $23 million. So we learn a lot, and companies and regulators around the world learn a lot about how to impose fines and the motivations behind fines if we study the analysis of the Information Commissioner's Office in the UK. So if you read the 140-page report from the Information Commissioner's Office, you'll see the commissioner acknowledge, yes, British Airways, you made some mistakes and you allowed the hackers to get in, even though those mistakes were pretty sophisticated mistakes. And the hackers were very sophisticated players. And so you weren't just ignorant of the problem. You weren't just ignoring the problem or dismissing the problem. You were working hard on the problem. You had, said ICO, a mature cybersecurity program. You had a whole team of people who were trained, had resources, had experience, who were working 24 hours a day to try to protect data at British Airways. And therefore, you should get a credit for that. We should acknowledge that you really put a lot of effort into having a good cybersecurity program, an ongoing a program that never stops. Now, this program is what I call an example of professional teamwork, and I'll talk more about professional teamwork in a few minutes. Furthermore, the Information Commissioner's Office acknowledged that a good step on the part of British Airways is that it had an extensive program for compliance with all of GDPR, the General Data Protection Regulation. GDPR requires private companies like British Airways who collect personal information to do a whole range of things to protect the privacy of the individuals who have given their information to the private company. And so GDPR requires security, but it also requires privacy policies. It requires notices to individuals about how their data is being used, and many other requirements. So British Airways had a very sophisticated, very extensive program for complying with GDPR. It had a large team of people who were working and analyzing and implementing policies and changing programs and figuring out what kinds of notices they need to send to consumers and so on. And therefore, the regulator said, I've got to give you credit for that. You've got to, in effect, you took some good steps and you were working hard on the things that we expect you to work hard on. And therefore, you need to get some good check marks as we evaluate the overall fine to impose on you for having a data security breach. Another important step that British Airways had taken to minimize the impact of this breach is that it had minimized the data that it was collecting and storing. So as it's processing credit cards, it was only collecting the units of data that it needed. It only stored them for the period of time that was necessary, and then it would delete the data. What that meant is once the hackers finally got their way to the place where the data was located at British Airways, the hackers did not have access to as large a quantity of data as might otherwise have been the case. So data minimization is a very significant step for reducing the impact of a breach. British Airways had been doing that. Therefore, the commissioner's office said, I need to give you credit for that. I've got to give you a good check mark as I'm evaluating the overall fine. I have to unemotionally acknowledge the bad things, but also the good steps that you had taken. In addition, the regulator acknowledged that British Airways, with its very sophisticated professional team, had deployed a whole range of sophisticated controls to make it difficult for hackers to get into the network, find their way to the sensitive data, steal the data, exfiltrate the data, and so on. British Airways had many different kinds of monitors in its network looking for suspicious behavior. And if it did find that suspicious behavior, British Airways would take action and do something about the apparent intruder. So again, the regulator said, you're taking good steps, and I need to give you credit for those good steps. An additional good step that British Airways had taken is that as soon as it saw that it had a breach, it responded intelligently. So it immediately cut off the access that the hackers had to the sensitive data. It immediately did incident response to figure out what had happened. How do we prevent the hackers from getting back in? What's the scope of the breach? And what steps should we take now to protect our customers and protect the integrity of our network? Those are good steps. And so in effect, the regulator said, I got to give you a good check mark. I've got to give you some credit for that quick response. Furthermore, the regulator acknowledged that British Airways immediately contacted the regulator and the police when they saw that they had a breach. Well, that's a good step, says the regulator. We want you to contact us. We also want you to contact the police. Ultimately, by contacting us and contacting the police, you help the community become more secure and more alert to the actions of sophisticated criminals. So again, I've got to give you a credit for that. Furthermore, the regulator acknowledged that British Airways had cooperated fully with the investigation of the regulator. So if British Airways was not cooperating, wasn't sharing data and information with the regulator, that would be a bad check mark. That would be justification for more punishment of British Airways. But that was not the case. British Airways was open and transparent with the regulator, explaining this is what happened, this is the way my system worked, and the regulator therefore was able to analyze and understand the situation and better able to inform others about how these kinds of breaches happen. So again, the regulator says, I need to give you good credit for having done this good step of cooperating with me. And so this question of fines on companies when they've had a breach raises interesting challenges. On the one hand, companies around the world can look to British Airways and see, there's a roadmap for compliance. Now, British Airways wasn't perfect, and whatever company I am anywhere in the world, I can't expect to be perfect, but I can see that British Airways did a number of things that persuaded the regulator that the fines should be lowered. Thus, I argue that companies all over the world could look into the British Airways case and say, I need to be taking those kinds of steps so that I can make a better argument to my regulator in the United States or in Singapore or wherever that my fine should be low if I have a breach. And so each one of those good steps that British Airways took is something I recommend around the world as good steps for complying with regulations that require cybersecurity. Now, an interesting challenge around the imposition of fines is, at what point does society and the regulations say, you've achieved what we expect out of you, and therefore we're not going to fine you even though you had a breach? Now, I argue that if organizations are applying what I call professional teamwork to cybersecurity and have a breach, that they should be not fined. They should not have a fine because they put in the kinds of resources that society expects to achieve security. It is unrealistic for society and for regulations to expect perfection. And if we expect perfection, then we don't know what we're doing. We're trying to go after some kind of an outcome that is unachievable. And so I analogized my idea of professional teamwork to the way that law has looked at hospitals. So broadly speaking, law has looked at hospitals and said, I'm not going to fine you every time a patient dies, because patients go into hospitals and a lot of patients die. And if we impose a fine on the hospital every time the patient dies, then the hospitals can't function. Hospitals cannot promise perfection. They can't say, I am a hospital and I am somehow all powerful and I will cure all patients. No, that does not make sense. And therefore, I argue that the situation of hospitals is very similar to the situation of private companies today. Private companies, even very sophisticated companies, are getting hacked all the time. It's a very common experience in society that private companies get hacked. And although there is a political kind of motivation to punish the company for being hacked, I argue that that doesn't make sense. And in effect, the challenge facing private companies is very similar to the challenge facing hospitals. The private companies say, I can work really hard on the problem, but I cannot guarantee a good outcome. Hospitals can work very hard on the problem using professional teamwork, where they have trained doctors, they have trained nurses, they apply appropriate resources, they work 24 hours a day. They work hard on the problem. But it does not make sense to fine them and expect that somehow they're going to cure every patient who comes into the hospital. Similarly, I argue that private organizations should be rewarded for working hard, for having a big a professional trained team that is working 24 hours a day on cybersecurity and using very sophisticated methods to thwart hackers. But we have to acknowledge that hackers are very sophisticated. They have a lot of resources and they are succeeding in breaking into even the most sophisticated kinds of organizations, like the National Security Agency here in the United States, like Microsoft, like FireEye, like the Pentagon. So if hackers can, these very sophisticated companies, they can also break into mere airlines and insurance companies and hospitals. And so I argue that society is doing a better job if it acknowledged that these private companies are fighting a battle that they can't be expected to win in a perfect sense, but they should be motivated to work really hard. And I argue that if they're motivated to work really hard, then they're going to hire a professional team and they're going to train the team and give it the resources necessary to put up the good fight against the cyber criminals. Thank you.
Hi. So thank you very much for all your presentations. I enjoyed both of your presentations. I have a question first to Ben.
Yeah.
So in your lecture, you talked about regulatory fines posed to private companies for the actions of cyber criminals. The British Airways case that you mentioned, it's not the only one. It comes in line after the Marriott hack, the Equifax breach, the Capital One, the Google, the Yahoo, Uber data breach. So we can see a trend here that private companies are paying increasingly high prices for hacks and data thefts enabled by weak security or otherwise avoidable mistakes. So the question is, where do you see the greatest gap in private companies coping with cybersecurity threats? One general recommendation could be to watch out for the latest trends in cyber intrusions, but is there any specific recommendation for private companies on what to do in order to be more successful in preventing hacks and data thefts?
My first response to that question is cybersecurity is extremely hard, just as curing cancer is extremely hard. And we have to acknowledge that. We have to acknowledge the super challenge that is there. Recognizing that a perfection will never be achieved, there are many steps that organizations can constantly be taking, and very commonly those steps do not require a PhD in cybersecurity to understand these things. Many of the steps that need to be taken are well understood steps, like the imposition of multi-factor authentication within an organization, like making sure that your remote desktop protocol is behind a firewall, like training employees not to click on stupid emails. And I could go on with a lot of things that are just fundamental types of ideas. However, in this extremely rapidly changing world, such as a world that suddenly goes to remote work immediately in March 2020, a very fast changing world, because the world changes so fast, it's very hard to do all of these things. It's easy for me to sit in a chair and say, oh, you should put your remote desktop protocol behind a firewall. Yeah, that's easy to do. But to do it in practice, in all of this rapidly changing world, when suddenly everybody has to go to work immediately from home, doing that in practice is very, very, very hard work. And so there's a lot of things that can be done, and it's constant hard work by smart people like Joe.
Thank you, Ben.
Thank you very much. So for Joe, I would have a more specific question. How would you describe the Biden administration's executive order that mandates private companies to report security breaches? Just a summary for the audience, but I'm sure everybody is pretty familiar with the case. Recently, the Colonial Pipeline in the US was crippled by a ransomware attack, but it's not unprecedented. Many similar attacks against critical service providers happen all the time. This executive order from just last week directs companies to report all cybersecurity breaches. So by mandating cybersecurity breach reporting systems, there is, according to one critic towards this executive order, by mandating cybersecurity breach reporting systems are not going to be more secure. As Ben said, it's very easy to order something. It is a reactive system. much like an unarmed guard in a parking lot. If the parking lot is attacked, the guard cannot prevent it or cannot even intervene, only react post-incident. So there is not much to do. And there is another point to the criticisms, namely cybersecurity breaches cannot be uniformly defined. What constitutes a cybersecurity breach and how the measure will be enforced are not decided yet. So back to the question, how would you evaluate this executive order?
Well, there's a lot of questions there, but let's start with the executive order. So, it's interesting because when you look at the executive order, there are actually two problems that were identified that we're trying to solve, right? But the executive order focuses on the cybersecurity problem. The other problem is we have a single point of failure. I think that was evident during that breach, because when we decide on the problem we're trying to solve, we can take different routes. I think any description at this point is limited in detail with results of the executive order, because we have reporting now through the different ISACs and ISAOs. Mentioned before, like information security organizations developed like InfoGuard for sharing things. We have breach notification already, again, for data breaches, as has been so eloquently covered during the last presentation. I think what's really important here is really to define what a breach is. Because if we look at malware, a breach can be just a virus that pops up. Is a breach, is that something that's reportable, or is it when a system gets disabled or otherwise defeated, or performance lacks to a certain level? I think those are the things that really have to be defined here to put guardrails around what does it mean. Because with anything else, breaches are very hard to define. So once it's better understood what that means, I think the reporting part will become a lot more clear. I know that wasn't the answer probably everybody's looking for, but I'm not sure what the answer is. It really does depend on the breach. And once we have that defined, the rest is easy.
Okay, we have 2 minutes left from this session, but I'm having a great time, so let me allow to ask another question. So we are an ethical hacking conference. What would be your best advice for ethical hackers if they wanted to contribute to strengthening the security of private companies?
Continue the work through coordinated vulnerability disclosure programs, and really just support responsible disclosure. Everybody wants the same thing, and the work I've done with external researchers, the work I've done in the past, the work I'm doing currently, it's through that relationship and in that collaboration that we can move the security programs even further ahead.
Okay, thank you very much. I give the floor back to Sinchul.
Oh, wow. That was outstanding and very impressive discussion. I love it. I really appreciate sharing your amazing experience in the field of cybersecurity in private sector. Thank you all. From this session, we have to point out that businesses of all sizes must take on the challenges of cyber threat, such as ransomware, data breach, and identity theft, so and so forth. We must also recognize the increasing attention that regulators are placing on private sectors' cyber practices and safeguard. The panelists emphasize that a broad public and private partnership is the key to protect our cyber domain. Let's take action together. Thank you for your time, your efforts. I will see you in 10 minutes for session 3. So see you soon.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to session 3 here at the second annual International White Hat Conference. During this session, we will be discussing technology solutions to combat cybercrime with speakers from Boston University, Dr. Kyung-Shik Choi, the International Observatory of Computer Crime, Salvador Sampler, and from the Colombian National Police, Mike Toro Alvarez. A discussion will be led by our discussant, Luciano Monchiero, and Dr. Sincho Back will be the moderator during this session and will introduce our speakers as well. Dr. Back, feel free to take it away.
Hello, everyone, again, and welcome to another discussion. My name is Shincho Baek. I'm an assistant professor and director of Cybercrime Homeland Security Study at the University of Scranton in Pennsylvania. I'm your moderator again. Okay, great. It's time to getting started with our session. Currently, experts argue that new cutting technologies such as artificial intelligence, 5G, or Internet of Things, IoT, and blockchain technology allow criminals have more criminal opportunity to achieve their malicious goal. In doing so, an important question is raised. How technology could help criminal justice systems to fight against the future of cybercrime as a crime prevention strategy? I'm pretty sure that we can answer this question at the end of this session. In line with that, we have 3 amazing panelists, Dr. Kyung-Shik Choi, Salvador Semper, and Mike Toro, to discuss this important topic. So we are going to talk for about 30 minutes, and then we will spend the last 15 minutes going to the Q&A session as well. Now I'm going to introduce our panelists. First, we have Dr. Kyung-Shik Choi. He's the director of a Center for CIC, has designed and delivered law enforcement training programs in cybercrime investigation, including computer forensics and child exploitation investigation. He has been rigorously conducting his own academic research, federally funded projects focusing on intersection of human behavior and the technology, how criminal justice can respond effectively to challenge of the cybercrime. Next, we have 2 co-presenters, Mr. Salvador Semper and Mr. Mike Toro Alvarez. Mr. Salvador has extensive experience in working with the Spanish and European law enforcement agencies as a cyber intelligence analyst. He's the founder of the International Observatory of the Computer Crime, called INTOC. He also is a co-founder in the Escotar Digital, which is the first European digital protection protocol. He also serves for the community of the intelligence, security, cyber defense of Spain and Spanish Association of Cybersecurity and Forensic Computer Expertise as a trial technician. Salvador is also known as creators of the Artemisa system, which is the first European application for the police control. His co-presenters, Mike Toro Alvarez, is a retired Colombian national police officer with 23 years of service. He's advisors and researchers at the Center for CIC. And also he's a founder of the research network in cybercrime and digital security called LEDCIBA, and co-founders of the INTOC as well. Currently, Mike advises the first regulatory framework in cybersecurity of the Andean Parliament and helped to develop a platform for the improving cyber victim attention. His academic contribution have focused on crime prevention through the use of technology. For the discussion, we invite very sharp discussions from the Argentina, Luciano Monchiaro. Professor Luciano is the director of the postgraduate program in the cybercrime at the Percy Dad, Siglo 21. He's working very closely with Europol and Argentinian's law enforcement agency, especially fighting against the internet crime against children. He's the founder members of the INTOC and the board members of the Center for CIC. From now on, we will do all panel presentation together without break, and then we will have a discussion. Okay, now I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Choi. Over to you, Dr. Choi.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm very delighted to introduce the CIC Virtual Reality Project through the 2021 Whitehead Conference. Human brain creates exemplified simulation of the body to control and regulate through the prediction of action, concept, and emotion. Similar to the brain, VR simulations are based on the interaction of sensory stimuli and environmental factors. VR can facilitate cognitive change. Through VR, individuals are able to obtain both textbook knowledge and practical experience prior to obtaining actual field experience. In fact, the use of VR has received its initial fame mostly based on game. Besides gaming, VR presents a positive impact on various fields. Since 2017, more than 250 studies in medical field demonstrate the positive outcomes of utilizing the VR system to treat various illnesses, including anxiety, eating disorder, mental illness, and addiction. In addition to the medical field, the criminal justice system also implements the VR system to enhance police training, elevate tension in prison, and help re-entry process of inmates. According to a recent study, VR can significantly reduce prisoners' pain and stress after release by replicating routine scenarios such as shopping, driving, and interacting with others. Through the program, inmates can be better prepared and ultimately reduce the recidivism rate. VR in education is also gaining popularity. Several studies found VR produces positive cognitive outcomes in different educational settings, including engineering, military, and robotic surgery. Studies have shown that overall, the use of simulation result at least as good or better cognitive outcomes and attitude towards learning when compared to traditional teaching methods. VR has been also recognized to increase students' interest and motivation. Society's growing dependence on technology continues to alter every aspect of modern day living. Whether it involves one's medical records or one's personal finances, the reality of cyber security breaching remains a constant concern. Unfortunately, the current capability of many law enforcement agencies are limited since most law enforcement officers lack knowledge concerning the processing of computer data and related evidence. More specialized training programs are essentially needed. This VR project aims to facilitate developing one of the major cybercrime investigation content, search and seizure of digital evidence for assisting law enforcement officers and criminal justice students effective learning in cybercrime investigation procedure. Within this VR simulation, you will have the opportunity to experience what it is like to be an investigator, all the way from obtaining a search warrant to collecting evidence at the crime scene to properly transporting the evidence to a lab throughout the 3 stages of simulation. The first stage introduces the program and explains the basic of the case scenario the students will investigate. The second stage provides overview of simulated crime scene called Hacker Lab. The final stage lets the student play the immersive VR game designed to focus on search and seizure process for cybercrime investigation as a hands-on virtual lab. Let's explore the first stage of VR, stage 1. To enhance the quality of the program, we developed a real case based on digital forensic scenario of Mr. Evil Noodle. Mr. Evil Noodle is very famous cyber villain among my students because I use him in many cybercrime investigation lab exercises. Of course, I used Mr. Evil Noodle in 2021 wider cybercrime investigation competition scenario as well. Prior to exposing students with a detailed explanation of general knowledge on digital evidence, procedure of search and seizure for digital forensic cases, and legal issues surrounding digital evidence in my class, the students were required to go through the introductory phase of VR. This VR project covers legal area as an intro stage. Privacy infringement can be a huge concern because the exposure of the information of third party can be highly possible via cyberspace. Fourth Amendment links to probable cause against unreasonable search and seizures. Electronic Communication Privacy Act, ECPA, regulates the amount of the information that law enforcement officers may obtain with certain level of services. The Privacy Protection Act, PPA, is another piece of federal legislation law enforcement officers should consider. The purpose of PPA is to protect unpublished material such as books and articles, etc. Privileged communications are also important because society values the privacy. The established privileged communication are those between wife and husband, physician and patient, and attorney and client. And the VR indicates the preparation list such as a pre-warrant surveillance. Let's hit the stage 2. Based on the Mr. Evil Noodle scenario, we create 3D walkthrough of simulated crime scene called Hacker Lab using Metaport scanner. In this exercise, I offer brief tutorial explaining the hands-on exercise and share knowledge about properly collecting live response data and finding evidence. This overview process gives students the ability to look for evidence that could be hidden at the crime scene during their exercise. Each of the searchable items, a total of 49 items, contains brief video clips explaining details of the evidence. This exercise is designed as an entry-level practice opportunity for the beginner to have ample time to learn the systematic way to acquire information. I wish I could show you all of the items. I will demonstrate searching interesting hidden items and cybercriminal activities at the same time. Welcome to video. More than 330 people have been arrested around the world in major takedown of the massive child pornography website in 2019. This case is among the first to be found using cryptocurrency to carry out video sales. You discover social security cards and fake IDs found within the fuse box. The people identified on this card might have not done anything illegal. It might have been stolen for the purpose of criminal activities. Oh, we see illegal drug website, dark web, and we know Silk Road. Vstumbler. Oh, it's my favorite tool. So Vstumbler is a tool for Windows that allows users to detect wireless local area networks. Criminals can use Vstumbler to see what local area networks are in their area. Having the ability to see all the available networks in given area, definitely Mr. Evil Noodle can target ones that are weak and corrupt them. We found teddy bear camera. As within this case, the suspect hid their camera inside the pet teddy bear. Further analysis of this camera may reveal vital information in efforts to solve this case. Proceed the evidence collection station. bag and tag item, then put them into brown box. Mmap. Network administrators use Mmap to identify what devices are running on their systems, discovering host data available and the services they offer, finding open ports, and detecting security risk. Apparently, Mr. Evil Noodle is using Mmap for hacking purposes. MIRC. MIRC is a popular internet relay chat client used by individuals and organizations to communicate, share, play, and work with each other on IRC network around the world. Of course, many cybersexual predators are using MIRC as well. Drug in vacuum cleaner. That is a tricky one. Excellent job. This item would be already been illegal to attain regardless. It becomes more issue knowing this ecstasy drug was identified as being illegally traded. Another outstanding find, you discover USB drivers. Storage devices like this can be a vital find for investigators due to criminals utilizing them in efforts to store digital data. Often, further analysis revealed for these devices to encompass not only personal information but also a place to store hacking tools. It is absolutely fun and interesting simulation, isn't it? Prior to hopping onto the stage 3, I'd like to briefly talk about the importance of live forensics. Live forensics should be seriously considered, especially if there is a volatile data of values or suspect is using machine at time of seizure or attack is in progress. Nowadays, cybercrime investigators should expect conducting live forensic at the crime scene most of the time, considering large number of IoT devices we use. And it is also norm to conduct live forensics for louders. In the final stage of BR exercise, we have tried to add small detail, including live forensic and computer shutdown procedure. Shutting down or disconnecting the system from network may alter evidence. Shutting down system can cause closing of open files, deletion of temporary files, removal disappearance of malicious material, and or evidence of their malicious activities. As a rule of thumb, normal shutdown applies to Mac, NT, server, and the Unix and Linux. Pulling the power plug can also cause issues of preservation of temporary files and preservation of open files or data loss in devices. If you deal with PC computers, pulling the power plug is a wise decision. Yes, there are lots to consider for shutdown procedures. Now we are entering into the stage 3. After completing the Hacker Lab exercise, students can join the next BR stage to test their investigative skill. Are you ready to put your investigative skills to the test? Join Catch the Digital Evidence in efforts to learn the process of collecting digital evidence at a crime scene. How to play? Let's collect the evidence. When you first enter BR environment, you instantly step foot into the shoes of an investigator. As a lead investigator, you begin by utilizing the battling lamb in efforts to enter the crime scene. Throughout the collection process, you acquire each piece of evidence described within their search warrant. Doing good so far? Oh, you have a PC computer here. Yes, pulling the power plug and will do as a recommended procedure. Let's back and tag. After you collect each item, you will proceed to the evidence collection station. You will place the item within anti-static bag and tag the evidence with essential information from blue evidence box. You will then continue placing each bagged and tagged evidence item into brown evidence box. If all goes well, you will earn 1 point for each item they place within blue box, and then additional 1 point for each item placed within brown box. Keep moving forward, and you will be close to finalizing search and seizure of digital evidence in this case. How to end this VR game? You complete the crime scene investigation by taking 2 boxes evidence, blue and brown, and loading them into your choice of transportation in effort to ship the evidence of a forensic lab. During the final stage of simulation, it is crucial for you to choose wisely for one of the transportation options. The designated vehicle is a key in effort to keep the evidence safe and secure. When the simulation has been successfully completed, you will have obtained maximum of 100 points. There are many room to improve this project, and we will be working on additional necessary detail and components. For example, the warrantless seizure is necessary to prevent the destruction of valuable evidence or the escape of suspect. We plan to create accident circumstances surrounding a seizure environment for the future VR simulation. I hope you enjoyed the presentation. I look forward to talking with you more at the Q&A session. Thank you.
Buenos días, buenas tardes y buenas noches, según desde donde nos veáis, por supuesto. Aquí estamos para presentaros esta herramienta, este software para el combate del cibercrimen, pero en primer lugar me gustaría agradecer a la Universidad de Boston, al Center for the Sick y al Departamento de Justicia de Estados Unidos esta oportunidad para estar junto a todos ustedes y poderles presentar esta plataforma que es una red colaborativa para fuerzas policiales y agencias de ley. Bueno, sin más, voy a pasar a presentarles la herramienta. En el lateral derecho, como verán, tienen la foto del investigador. Puede ser la foto, puede ser el logo de las entidades, el nombre de la entidad a la cual representa, policial o entidad en colaboración con gobiernos, el país, lo ven entre paréntesis, y al inicio de la sesión. Arriba tienen un selector de idioma, pueden seleccionar para que ustedes lo vean, tanto en inglés como en castellano. A nivel superior tendrían al propio investigador con ese marco blanco acompañado de su bandera, a la bandera del país que representa, y la cantidad de méritos conseguidos, que en este caso son 167 méritos, esas insignias o estrellas conseguidas por el investigador. Alertas, que serían las alertas a nivel internacional a tener en cuenta y que cada país podría ir actualizando y añadiendo. Como ven, esas letras que pasan es que está actualizando la base de datos de alertas a nivel internacional. Bueno, comenzaríamos a nivel inferior, donde tendrían el Setup, Settings, donde podrían ustedes configurar, cambiar de contraseña, poner el propio alias, password o cualquier cosa que ustedes quisieran incluir o cambiar. Esto es a modo de ejemplo y los datos que van a ver no tienen nada que ver con los reales que se trabajan en producción. A nivel superior tendríamos los méritos, merits, y tendríamos esa clasificación internacional, que es una competición muy sana, como lo es la White Hat de 2021. Y aquí tendríamos los logros que irían consiguiendo cada uno de los investigadores a nivel internacional, separado por los países que más podrían estar consiguiendo esos méritos, o esas cantidades de informaciones tan importantes y vitales para el sistema y la colaboración internacional en el combate del cibercrimen, la clasificación individual y otra serie de cosas muy, muy interesantes que tendríamos en esta clasificación a nivel de impacto y de visualización del trabajo que se está realizando, que también es muy importante. Las estadísticas, donde a través de sistemas de Machine Learning procesamos toda la data y tenemos data en tiempo real sobre cada uno de los trabajos de análisis e investigación que se está realizando en esta red colaborativa policial para agencias de ley y fuerzas policiales también. A nivel superior tendríamos las herramientas. Con estas herramientas serían con las que obtendríamos evidencias y con estas evidencias podríamos incluirlas en cada uno de los casos que tenemos abiertos, teniendo validez y almacenando los hash e integridad de la propia evidencia obtenida en tiempo real. A nivel superior tendríamos un sistema de mensajería interno para los investigadores para poder estar de forma segura intercambiando pues, ideas o cualquier nueva línea de trabajo. Los investigadores, todos los investigadores que estarían conformando este sistema. Los países, todos los países que están dentro de este sistema trabajando a nivel internacional. No obstante, en el mapa verán que hay una serie de puntos y de trabajos entre Argentina, Colombia, tendríamos también México, España y, bueno, Estados Unidos y otros. Crímenes o delitos sería lo que cada uno de los países, por ejemplo, desde España, incluiríamos los delitos. Al estar dentro del convenio de Budapest, incluiríamos los delitos tipificados y recogidos en ese trabajo colaborativo internacional para entendernos entre países sobre esa tipología del delito que estamos incluyendo en ese caso. Antes de llegar a casos, case, vamos a evidencias. En este apartado sería el almacenaje y tratamiento de las evidencias que haríamos a través de tools, de herramientas. Vamos a ver. Dentro de evidencias tendríamos cada una de las evidencias obtenidas y la relevancia, que sería el análisis de cada uno de los investigadores. Cuando el investigador entra, podría añadir una valoración de la propia evidencia para obtener la relevancia y con eso tendríamos un análisis humano con la evaluación de esa evidencia. Si queremos añadir algún tipo de evaluación de la propia evidencia, antes tienes que evaluarla o incluirla, bien, como nueva, si ya puede ser que esté evaluada o no con anterioridad. Bien, ahora iríamos a entidades. Entidades sería la particularidad o el identificador único que tendríamos que incluirle, por ejemplo, a un nombre de persona, a una organización criminal, Lazarus, por ejemplo, o si tuviéramos un grupo cibercriminal como el APT28, o si fuera el nombre de una persona, o, por ejemplo, en este caso, el nombre de una persona que puede ser una personalidad, por ejemplo, que esté siendo ciberatacada o se esté haciendo una campaña de fake news sobre esta persona o incluso sobre una entidad. Tenemos dos particularidades, que sería la colmena de entidades y la colmena del propio caso. Si, por ejemplo, incluyéramos a Lazarus y le diéramos a colmena, veríamos todo lo que hay a través de esta entidad. Los amigos, los compañeros, blog, cualquier tipo de información que nos fuera necesaria. Si pulsáramos sobre encima de las evidencias, si hubiera información, se nos mostraría encima toda la información o resumen. Pasamos ahora directamente a casos, que es el punto 1 o el punto de partida más importante dentro de la plataforma, donde tendremos que añadirle un número de expediente, un caso o al propio caso, el alias, puede ser el caso WannaCry. No se puede volver a llamar igual, cada uno es un identificador único, por lo tanto, si un país decide ponerle, por ejemplo, Red Alert, otro país no va a poder llamarlo igual. Puede ser Red Alert 23 o 44, pero nunca va a poder ser igual. Saturno, COVID. Vamos a irnos a un caso simulado en colaboración España con Estados Unidos, por ejemplo, este caso, y vamos a irnos a poder, poder ver ese caso, poder ver el expediente que hay creado una vez que incluimos toda la evidencia. Dejamos que lo procese el servidor y toda la data en tiempo real la conforma dentro de cuando fue la fecha de apertura. El estado es en curso, se continúa trabajando, el alcance es sobre fraude de COVID-19 y vamos a ver la cantidad de información que se ha ido incluyendo sobre diferentes posibles evidencias. Aquí tendríamos la etiqueta, cada una de las evidencias está identificada con una etiqueta, un identificador, la obtención de la evidencia, la URL de la evidencia, el resultado, el tipo es un sitio web y la identidad, que esto es lo que hemos visto anteriormente sobre las identidades. Una firma digital hash obtenida en tiempo real, tal cual se obtiene la evidencia. La evidencia siempre está certificada en esta obtención, los identificadores únicos, la URL, la cadena de custodia, en cada momento quién ha ido obteniendo, por ejemplo, la colaboración de este caso está con España, Argentina y Estados Unidos, obteniendo evidencia, y es la fecha de entrega de cada momento exacto en el cual cada país entrega la evidencia. Todos son horarios UTC, por lo tanto el trabajo se puede hacer de forma internacional, sin problema de uso horario, porque vamos añadiendo, según el meridiano, más o menos cantidad de horas según corresponda. Y hasta aquí vemos cómo tiene 10 páginas y hemos llegado hasta la última evidencia, la identidad 32. Vamos a hacer una prueba y va a ser añadir una información sobre una nueva evidencia actualmente, ir directamente a herramientas. Dentro de herramientas vamos a añadir la identidad a la cual corresponde. Ya hemos visto que ese caso es para Texas Man y lo que vamos a hacer es un select. Y a este nivel tenemos ya, bueno, nosotros rápidamente, porque si no, no da el tiempo para la presentación, nos hemos ido directamente a lo que hemos encontrado. Y es dentro de una web donde se vende pues una vacuna para la gripe, para la influenza. Ok, y lo que vamos a hacer es obtener esta evidencia tal cual está y en este exacto momento. Entonces lo que vamos a hacer es almacenarla, pulsamos sobre evidencia, el resultado que queramos, el tipo de evidencia. El tipo de evidencia pues ha sido deep web, compra-venta, educación, empleo, fotografía, red social, sitio web. Nos vamos al sitio web, pero lo mejor sería que pusiéramos lo que corresponde y es una web de compra-venta. Entonces, compra-venta. El resultado ha sido... Y lo vamos a guardar. Guardamos la evidencia, dejamos que la procese y en este exacto momento la evidencia la hemos incluido con un timestamp en tiempo real y el hash en SHA1 y MD5. Ahora nos vamos a ir, vemos en el lateral derecho que OEDI u otros investigadores en tiempo real también veríamos que añadimos si estamos dentro de esa red colaborativa, muy importante, para poder ver la actividad. Cada país y cada organización tiene que colaborar con otra. Hasta el momento que no se produce esa solicitud de colaboración en un caso, entraríamos dentro del caso. Nuevamente, iríamos a ver y ahora iríamos a esa nueva evidencia obtenida y que antes en el informe no estaba disponible. Aquí la tenemos en el tiempo exacto que la hemos obtenido en UTC. Y el sello del tiempo con el acompañamiento del hash. Es muy importante tener en cuenta que los informes pueden estar descargándose desde diferentes países y se pueden presentar en diferentes sedes judiciales o jurisdicciones respecto a que se pueda realizar una investigación por diferentes unidades de policía en diferentes países. Aquí tendríamos la colmena, que es transformar esta información para la obtención del órgano decisor de las mejores decisiones. Y aquí tendríamos este caso con una identidad y compraventa sobre la información que hemos incluido, que la tendríamos en este sentido. Lo tenemos con una línea verde, amarilla o roja. Significa que las evidencias clave para obtener la decisión, para obtener la información clave en el momento, la tendríamos en una línea roja. Si hubieran diferentes identidades añadidas, tendríamos una colmena muchísimo más grande o mayor. Por poner un ejemplo, nos vamos a ir a otro tipo de caso. Por ejemplo, vamos a irnos a WannaCry, vamos a darle a colmena y aquí sí que estamos viendo que tenemos el caso, WannaCry, y tenemos diferentes identidades. Volkov, Lazarus, donde tenemos diferentes informaciones que pueden ser analizadas en tiempo real. Cuanto mayor sea la colmena, mayor data y mayor capacidad para llegar a evidencia clave en esa red colaborativa dentro de evidencias. Con esa evidencia nueva que hemos obtenido, podemos llegar a evaluarla. Entonces, el investigador realiza un análisis que junto con los algoritmos de trabajo, el análisis humano y las herramientas de Machine Learning conseguimos los objetivos rápidos y precisos para la toma de decisiones y predicción del delito y también combatir el cibercrimen de la forma más dinámica y efectiva posible. Entiendo que esta obtención de información clave representa para nosotros 5 estrellas y es una evidencia clave y toda la información que queramos incluir sobre el análisis de la evidencia para que otro investigador pueda venir y pueda obtener nuestras fórmulas de análisis. Nosotros enviamos y vemos que el punto de relevancia puede ser 5. Si otro investigador entra dentro de la evaluación de esta evidencia, puede que el ratio pueda llegar a bajar. Podemos llegar a ver que la evidencia, en este sentido, no tendría quizá la relevancia de 5, sino una relevancia menor. También puede ser que una relevancia menor pueda subir porque el análisis humano dentro de esa investigación nos haya llevado a otros puntos o a obtener información clave de la organización cibercriminal o de una fake news, de dónde parte esa noticia, de la contaminación o de incluso delitos de odio o cualquier otro movimiento que las fuerzas de ley necesitan combatir de forma proactiva y rápida. Cerraríamos y nos iríamos a entidades. Y dentro de entidades nos iríamos a Texasmen y veríamos la colmena cómo va aumentando según la cantidad de evidencia. Compra, vemos que está en rojo de esa obtención de evidencia. Según la evaluación que vamos obteniendo por cada investigador, los colores nos dan crítico porque es una evidencia crítica y llegamos de mejor forma a la toma de decisiones. Bueno, hasta aquí la presentación de nuestra plataforma internacional como red colaborativa para fuerzas policiales y agencias de ley. Me gustaría nuevamente agradecer de forma muy especial a la Universidad de Boston, al doctor Kyung-Suk Choi del Center for the Sick y al Departamento de Justicia de Estados Unidos y, por supuesto, al propio equipo de España de desarrollo en colaboración con Estados Unidos y Latinoamérica. Muchísimas gracias y hasta pronto.
Well, amazing moment for us. Thank you, Dr. Choi. Thank you, Salvador, and thank you, Mike, for all the presentation. We have some questions now. First of all, with Dr. Choi, please. When we would talk about virtual reality, we know that today it is used for different scenarios that help user and organization to achieve the expected result. In the case of cybercrime cases, how important is the use of this technology, not only to learn how important is the use of his technology to learn how to investigate, and now in advance the reality
of a cybercrime event so that the agent can achieve the desired result. Is VR used in many law enforcement agencies? Is the use of this technology just possible for training or to extent? Do you think it might contribute to other fields in the area of cybercrime?
Uh, Thank you, Luciano. That's a great question. With new technological and industrial change, and we have seen numerous cybercrime cases. So these transitions demonstrate the need of various training in cybercrime investigation to stay up to date with technological advancement. The main challenges of analyzing digital evidence are the large amount of the evidence and the lack of kind of necessary support from department and agencies, and including knowledgeable staff and analysis equipment and limited up-to-date training. To accommodate the address kind of concern on training, the CICBR project aimed to facilitate the development of the assessment of general knowledge of digital evidence. So the search and seizure, I think that's in collecting digital evidence is a crucial part in cybercrime investigation, since any mistake or errors made in the process may dismiss the case in the court. So by examining general knowledge, legal admissibility, and search and seizure procedure of digital evidence, this VR research explores how cyber investigation education could benefit from implementing VR training. As demonstrated in my presentation, we designed 3-stage VR training to enhance training effectiveness in a group of criminal justice students with sample of 50 students pretty much, undergraduate and graduate students. So based on pre-post tests and in-depth interviews with participants, the level of knowledge in search and seizure of digital evidence is significantly improved after the VR training is completed. The scientific findings indicate the VR training clearly works and provides significant benefits for handling digital evidence. This VR research will be published through respective peer review journal, Psychology, Behavior, and Social Networking in this year. As mentioned in the presentation, we plan to apply VR technology into more sophisticated cybercrime investigation scenario. To answer your second question regarding the use of VR technology in law enforcement, yes, VR is slowly gaining popularity on police training as well. Virtual reality has tremendous advantages of reproducing simulating training that is difficult to perform within physical setting. Again, lots of equipment, lots of cost. So compared to traditional police training, VR training enables officers to experience the consequences of utilizing force without endangering themselves or others. A trainee can be transported to back alley or living room or car stop. The training officers can turn on maybe fan, and you feel that winds as if you were outside, and although you are in the visual the virtual simulation. The developer can make a virtual suspect to interact, and the VR can create a real-life environment and allows law enforcement officers to make some very difficult decisions. And the application of VR in police training, it is open wide.
Very interesting explanation, Dr. Choi. Thank you for the answer. We can go to Salvador and Mike about or related to the other topic. Analyzing the international context in relation to the sexual exploitation of children and adolescents, we know that there are enormous efforts to counteract this phenomenon. What is happening at the global level? Is there any tool that allows law enforcement agencies not only to gather information, but also to share and collect evidence that can then be used in the judicial process by the prosecutor? Are there any special characteristics that help to work immediately around the parties, agent, prosecutor, victim, to reduce the time and charge of the offender with all the evidence brought into the court? What's about the LCN platform, Law Enforcement Collaborative network, and intelligence-led policing against online child abuse, sex exploitation. Would it be a solution for this kind of case?
Hi, Luciano, and hi, everyone in this great event. Yes, you're right. We have a different scenarios when we are talking about cybercrime victimization. So, when we are talking about internet crime against children, obviously we can see how the organized crime is keeping its capability of making profit by combining technical side and spreading criminal services. It is well known that cryptocurrencies tracking as well as awareness program are key factors for counteracting this phenomena. But both types of strategies are on the shoulders of well-trained investigators. So what about the rest of the members of one law enforcement agency? What about the rest of the street police officers, those who are closer to the citizen, to the victims? We know that new devices are connected, IoT, new developments to collect data by sensor, the usage of technology for criminal purposes, and obviously the increasing of internet crimes against children requires a different approach. To provide with a constellation of tools for easy handling the new evidence, we need to deliver to the police forces a different way to respond to cyber criminals. So this is again of attacking and defending. That is the traditional way. But now with the new tools, with implementation of artificial intelligence, so we can think forward. We can see a different horizons. So we can really think about protecting the victims. We know right now that the victimization, cyber victimization, is pointing the most vulnerable, for example, children and elderly. And we need to try to have the same response at that level with that increasing of the cyber victimization. So as you mentioned, LCM platform is able to optimize the use of tools for responding to cyber victimization, also to decrease time. When we are talking about those automatic reports, when we are getting double or triple digital signature with hash algorithms, when we are having a private messenger system between the investigators, when we are having also merit system to recognize the hard work of investigators, and we can share that work. So obviously we are moving forward. We are increasing the capabilities to respond to cyber victimization, as well to put new tools on the hands of more investigators, or at least to normal police officers. Obviously, the time is really short. Salvador was explaining in an amazing way a really huge and capable and powerful tool. For sure, we're going to be in other scenarios explaining a little bit more. But what we have here is a really powerful tool, which was developed to support the digital evidence to counteract impunity in different levels, because we are facilitating the digital evidence handling in different kind of victimization, not only in cyberspace. Thank you.
Well, great. Thank you, Mike. A lot of information, but we don't have time. And Dr. Shinchul is coming. So thank you for all. We continue with Dr. Shinchul back, please.
Gentlemen, there was an outstanding discussion, and that's a very significant and timely manner solutions in cyberspace, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic period. I really appreciate it. So let me give you the bottom line. It is clear that we are in the top fight right now. Everyone is a target, Even COVID-19 pandemic gave cyber actors, terrorists, or organized gang more criminal opportunity to hit our citizens and our critical infrastructures. Let me be clear. Each of us is on the front line of the cyber battlefield. If we work together to protect our people and assets around the globe, we will win the game against the cyber actors. In doing so, it is time to have a holistic approach for the academia and the research institution, public and the private sector to collaborate, to utilize cutting-edge technologies in response more quickly and effectively to cyber threat. And that's truly only way we will win this combat and battle. So we appreciate your time, your efforts, your leadership. We thank you for joining us at this White Hat conference. Now, I will turn it over to MC, and thank you. Bye now.
Hello, thank you again. Sorry about that, Dr. Back. So we're now going to proceed into an interview with the Cybercrime Investigation Competition Director, Ismael Morales, and the case managers, Robert Price and Austin Gibbons. Hello. Okay. Welcome back, guys. I just got put on the screen there. Are we still waiting on Ismael Morales?
I think he is getting ready to join the room.
Okay. No worries. Well, we can get started with some questions for the case managers here. So we just have some kind of general questions about how the competition went. So I guess if both of you could give your takes on how the competition went, and then we can get into some other questions as well.
Go ahead, Austin.
I'll go ahead and kick it off, I suppose. It's been a very intense day with a lot of back and forth jockeying amongst some really talented teams. I believe that I speak for everyone involved in the administration of the competition in saying, a hearty thank you to all those who chose to participate. It was eye-opening for us as the facilitators of the competition, and I hope and trust that it was also rather eye-opening for those who engaged in the competition as well. We saw some outstanding performances too. Hungary in particular put on a very strong showing. I think we'll show the leaders in just a moment here. Argentina also put on an excellent performance, as did Cambodia. And we also saw some surprises from South Korea. So on the whole, there was an incredible mixture of teams, and they performed well.
Wonderful. Robert, anything to add to that?
Yeah, I would agree, and I just wanted to kind of, for perspective, like the three of us, Professor Morales, Professor Gibbons, and I had gone over the scenario prior to, and we actually went through a run through of the scenario, and I was optimistic that people would get through it, the groups would get through it, but I recognized how challenging it was, and it seemed, and I guess this speaks to the level of competitor we had in the competition, was that even when it seemed like there were a couple of hours worth of not seemingly getting anything or getting anywhere, losing traction, people getting frustrated, they kept going. And they just kept working and kept working and kept working. And I was encouraged by that. I really, I thrive on the work ethic component. So I really appreciate all that from everybody. So I wanted to thank everybody that competed. The way that you did it was great.
Yeah,
definitely. It seems like it's been an amazing competition so far. So were there any major struggles that either of you saw affected all of the teams? Kind of any places where people got caught up?
The first, the actual first obstacle was the hardest. Getting over the first, in this case, it was the privilege escalation of on the actual cloud system that allowed the competitors to install applications and do things like that. I think personally one of the most difficult things about this scenario is that it was live. It's live analysis, so you're essentially walking on evidence and you have to be from an analyst standpoint, you better be able there to talk about how you walked on it, and documenting that process. Documentation in a live environment is incredibly cumbersome and incredibly time consuming and detailed. And so I think there's a lot of work to be done relative to that workflow. But I thought that everybody did amazing.
Yeah, and if I would add just one point, a good investigation is a bit like assembling a mosaic. And one of the difficulties that investigators and analysts face is that you don't always recognize the importance of a particular piece of evidence that's right in front of you until you gain a broader sense of context of how that one little piece of the mosaic might fit into the larger whole. And we did see that quite a bit, I would say, with some of the teams who were presented with a piece of evidence that we, as the facilitators of the competition, knew to be very significant, but that recognition wasn't immediately there. It took some time. But I also think that speaks to the quality and rigor of the competition itself.
Yeah, definitely. I think so as well. So we got one final question here. Are there any key takeaways? I think, Robert, you might have already kind of touched on this, but are there any other key takeaways that either of you saw from this year's White Hat competition?
I think, one of the key things that I, at least from my perspective and my experience, where it was primarily, dead box forensics, I was encouraged by the idea that we put competitors in an environment where they had to do live analysis. I think Professor Morales and I had talked about it when we were during the development of everything, and he seriously pushed the live analysis component, and that being something that we as an forensic examination community are going to have to deal with over and over, especially when you talk about encryption and cloud computing and all these difficulties in our that are coming about in our field. I was encouraged by that. I thought that was a good environment to put competitors in, and I think it was effective.
If there's a big educational lesson to draw from what we observed over the past 24 hours, I would say it's that the lead teams all demonstrated varying degrees of persistence and resilience that are quite impressive. And that's something that we try to impart to our students as undergraduates and graduates, that when you are engaged in forensic investigations, the importance of being tenacious and not giving up and leaving things that may seem insignificant right in front of you instead of pushing them to the side. These are all very difficult qualities and behaviors to teach, but I think that our lead teams really exemplified those characteristics.
Nice. I think those are some great takeaways. Thank you both for your time. We're now going to transition over to back to Ismael Morales again, who will provide the Cybercrime Investigation Competition's top 3 team announcements. Take it away.
All right. Hello, everyone. And thanks for the case managers. Those were very, very insightful comments about the competition. And before I announce the winners and the different places, I just want to make sure that I take a few minutes to thank everybody that was involved in putting this together. This was quite a collaborative effort with Boston University and Utica College, professors, professionals, and individuals that at the end of the day put together a really awesome competition here for the contestants, for the 16 different teams from across the country, from across the world. And I also want to thank those teams that stepped up, volunteered, and participated. And I can only, reiterate, we were very impressed with some of the discussion, collaboration, and reaction to the unique situations that we put everybody through. Because we continue to emphasize that the bad guys are pretty darn smart, and we have to continue to up our game if we're going to to come out on top, and that's one of the driving goals of creating these types of unique opportunities. So I just want to thank everybody for that participated and also giving us the opportunity to put this together. So having said my piece, the first place team is the Hungary team from Hungary, and their name was the 50 Shades of Grey. They scored 64% of the overall total points. And in second place was the team from Cambodia, the CyberCam team, and they had 50% of the total scores. And third place team went to the team from South Korea with 44%. Every one of these teams were very, very aggressive and very motivated throughout. It could have easily ended up in different, different places. So congratulations to the teams, and thank you very much.
So thank you all so much for joining us today on the first day of the second annual International White Hat Conference. We can please give all of our speakers, committee members, and the CI teams as well a huge round of applause virtually for all of their efforts. We most definitely appreciate all of our audience members for joining us at this essential conference, and we're looking forward to another successful conference day tomorrow. So we will see everybody tomorrow at 9:30 a.m. Eastern Time. So thanks again for coming to White Hat.